inside this amphitheater. Time now is some few minutes to the time actually we had planned to. We are saying we need to be here by 2:30, but I'm seeing it's 2:45 p.m. for this high-level plenary. We are coming back together after those convener sessions. We will be taking up private sector engagement, blended financing mechanism, facilitator being Nganga Mbage from KPMG, and a number of other speakers. That is for the first session. The second panel discussion will be unlocking private finance for sustainability in water and sanitation provision. Moderator will be Robert Mbunyi, and a number of other panelists from KFW, FDB, Commercial Bank Rep, GM WSTF, Nyeri MD Jafet Mbuvi from USAID, KWKWP, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and Safaricom. After that, we'll do the breakaway again. Session 1 will be meeting here at the amphitheater on results-based financing and blended loan facility, leveraging and de-risking private finance. And conveners 2, session 2, will be happening at Lenana Hall, bridging the gap in universal access to water and sanitation services in the counties, that's being Kenya, of course led by the Council of Governors. Session 3 will be sustainable financing solutions for rural water access in arid and semi-arid lands, ASALs, at Aberdare Hall, led by USAID Ustawi. And the last session will be session number 4. Session number 4 will be catchment protection in enhancing climate change resilience among communities in Kenya. The room will be Shimba Hall. It will be led by Water Resource Authority. Mohammed M. Shurie will be in attendance, and the chairperson of Water Resource Authority, Donald Murgor, will be present. So please, for those of us who are inside here, thank you so much for joining us. Again, I'll make a request. If you know of a friend or a colleague, a delegate, excellencies who are also joining us, and other guests, please notify them that we are starting the afternoon session. That will be very brief before we break away again into convener sessions. So please ask them to move in here so that we can get ready for the start. Others, I want to believe that you all enjoyed your convener sessions. They were relevant to you. It's very important you follow sessions that you know are quite applicable to your operations and your needs and your mandate, so that you go back here with enough knowledge. Equally, I want to believe that you had a sumptuous lunch organized by the facility, and we are all ready to go. So please, it's my appeal for those who are still outside there, kindly, let's invite them back as we request our ushers to continue ushering in our delegates so that we can take up the afternoon session. Day 2 of the Water and Sanitation Investors Conference, organized by Water Sector Trust Fund, Water Fund, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, and of course, Council of Governors. Otherwise, thank you very much. Let me give our choir team to do one more, led by Francis Kerr. As you proceed, Kerr, I had said earlier, these songs are nostalgic to me in terms of the memories of those days, of the 80s and 90s, up to early 2000. So if you can get one that sings about Najivunia Kenya, I'll be very happy. Otherwise, thank you so much and welcome. Can you try one more? Yes. Delegates, please appreciate this music from Kenya, done in a presented in a very interesting way, because as you can see, no instrument apart from the drums. Very typical of Kenya. Yes. I'm still requesting my Najivuni, Kenya. kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu. Asanteni sana. Bendi yetu maalum kutoka kampuni yetu ya maji inayosimamia maji na maji taka katika mji ama jiji hili na Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company Limited. Thank you very much for that. That still remains my all-time favorite. All music, all genres. So the only thing I was still waiting for is anybody to say tingiza kidole cha KANU. Nobody did that. Others, thank you so much for those pragmatic and very nostalgic moments in this country. Yesterday, I did appreciate and recognize the WASIC Steering Committee. I really wish also to appreciate the WASIC Organizing Committee leadership. Start from our WASIC Steering Committee as we still await the start of this afternoon session, and start by recognizing and appreciating the able hand of our Principal Secretary, State Department for Water and Sanitation, Mr. Julius Korir, who is actually the chair, WASIC Steering Committee. His alternate chair, WASIC Steering Committee, Engineer Sao Alima, our Water Secretary, State Department for Water and Sanitation. Mr. Willis Ombai, our CEO, Water Sector Trust Fund. Madam Mary Mwiti, our CEO, Council of Governors. Mr. Muhammad M. Shurie, OGW, CEO, Water Resource Authority. Engineer Joseph Kamau, our acting CEO, Athi Water Works Development Agency. Dr. Julia Zitunga, acting CEO, Water Services Regulatory Board. Madam Agnes Mbugwa, our CEO, Regional Center on Groundwater Resource Education, Training and Research. Engineer John Muya, our acting CEO, National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. Engineer Nahashon Muguna, Managing Director, Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. And Anthony Mwangi, CEO, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. They are equally represented here today by one of the top senior management team who will also be doing a presentation. That is Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Equally important is to recognize the WASIC Organizing Committee, of course, the team behind WSTF and the whole team. Thank you so much for the good work you have done. Our CEO, Mr. Willis Ombai, Ruth Nganga, General Manager Fund, Development to Water Fund. Engineer Chiti Chombo, Chair WASIC Content Development Subcommittee. Mr. Patrick Murunga, Chair WASIC Logistics Subcommittee. Bernard Njenga, WASIC ICT Subcommittee. Joanne Wangui, Chair WASIC Budget and Fundraising Subcommittee. Linda Gwanda, Chair WASIC Media Communication Publicity Subcommittee. Collins Kiprono, Assistant Chair WASIC Media Communication and Publicity Subcommittee. Paul Njeru, Assistant Chair ICT Subcommittee. Osborne Odongo, Assistant Chair WASIC Content Development Subcommittee. And Georgina Washuka, Assistant Chair WASIC Logistics Subcommittee. And last but not least, Job Kiprotich, Assistant Chair WASIC Budget and Fundraising Committee. This team has done a very big job to bring all this conference together to what we are seeing here today. These are a lot of effort and a lot of responsibilities to ensure that we get to where we are today. I know any time from now we'll be starting. Our CEO, WSTF, is here. But equally, our able partners and sponsors, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, thank you very much. Water EABL, KIFWA, KCV or Kenya Climate Ventures, Equity, Regional Center on Groundwater Education, Training and Research, Family Bank, Safaricom, Water Resource Authority, Athi Waterworks Development Agency, Central Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency, Tana Water Works Development Agency, and Coast Water Works Development Agency. These are our partners who have supported and joined hand in hand, among so many others of you who have equally participated in the exhibition, participated in the panel discussion, the convener sessions, all those sessions. I know we have worked as a team, all of us, both locally and of course visiting delegates from other countries. Otherwise, thank you. Let me allow us a minute or two to play some previous videos that we had run, I think yesterday and this morning possibly. For those who missed, this is just to acclimatize yourselves to this WASIC conference, possibly get some ideas, one or two from these videos and how we found ourselves here. So please, our audio-visual team, if you can play a video or two as we wait to start. Thank you.
The National Water and Sanitation Investment and Financing Plan, NAWASIP, stands as a beacon of hope, charting a course towards universal access to water and sanitation by 2030. The Kenya that we want. The impact report by the Water Services Regulatory Board puts water coverage in regulated areas at 62%, while sewage sanitation stands at 16%. NAWASIP has established that the required investment to achieve 100% coverage in the water and sewerage sector by 2030 is 995 billion shillings. To raise the required investment, 40%, that is 395 billion shillings, will be from concessional financing, 31%, that is about 313 billion shillings, through public-private partnerships, 11% or 105 billion shillings from public contributions including national and county revenues, 8% or about 77 billion shillings from donor grants, and 82 billion shillings from commercial financing. Water storage presents a range of investment opportunities in Kenya. In this light, the government is seeking to construct 100 dams in 5 years. "56 dams have already been identified and recommended for implementation under the public-private partnership model. NAWASIP is anchored on Sustainable Development Goal 6, Clean Water and Sanitation for All. This blueprint aligns well with the African Agenda 2063, Vision 2030 and the bottom-up transformative agenda, or better.
Allow me to call the next session to order so that we can start. That is the high-level plenary, and the first one will be the private sector engagement blended financing mechanism, and my responsibility is very short. I will be calling our facilitator, Mr. Nganga Mbage from KPMG, to come forward here to take up the podium and invite the speakers today. I know most of us know where we belong and get ready for this session and the next session. Our facilitator from KPMG, Mr. Nganga Mbage, karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana. And as he comes, I still request you to notify your colleague, your friend, your fellow delegates, either from the same institution, that the afternoon session has officially started. And we need them here, So please do that as we move on. Do that as we move. You can chat or you can text them and tell them we need them. We already have the quorum and the afternoon session is here with us. So our facilitator, Mr. Ngang Mbage from KPMG. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Robert Bunyi, get ready with your team after this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, a warm welcome to this convener session on blended finance. I am Ngang Mbage from KPMG in Africa, and I work in our infrastructure advisory practice, focusing on water infrastructure financing advisory. Before we proceed, I just want to express my sincere gratitude to the Water Sector Trust Fund for organizing this important session. A big thank you to CEO Willis and to Ruth and the team. You've done a stellar job. So ladies and gentlemen, we're gathered here today to delve into a critical aspect of development finance that holds immense potential in addressing market failures and mobilizing more private finance for impactful water and sanitation projects in Kenya. As we navigate the landscape of blended finance, we find ourselves at the intersection of ambition and necessity. This financial tool, in collaboration with development partners and government, empowers us to undertake higher risk, higher impact projects, paving the way for positive development outcomes in our challenging and more risky local geographic locations. Let me draw your attention to a sobering reality. Between 2019 and 2022, the volume of global blended finance deals dwindled to a mere $14 billion, less than half of the previous 3 years. As we address the urgency of global challenges, it is crucial to reinvigorate and reimagine the role of blended finance in our pursuit of sustainable development. On a lighter note, some may perceive blended finance as a financial equivalent of spinach, something worthy but perhaps lacking excitement. Today, recognizing the importance of spinach to our development recipe, let us challenge that notion and embrace the potential of blended finance as a catalyst for positive change. Without much ado, I'm honored to introduce our distinguished speakers who will share their insights and experiences in navigating the dynamic landscape of blended finance. May the session inspire new perspectives and greater collaboration. Our first speaker will be Barbara Senkwe, who will be speaking on behalf of USAID. Thank you.
Thank you for coming back. I was going to feel very lonely. Good afternoon again, everybody. I'm going to give a very brief perspective from the USAID, particularly from the WashFin 2 activity, how we're looking at the blended financing issue. And the reason for our participation in this conversation is because we are working with the Water Sector Trust Fund to think through, could we establish, and when I say we, I'm talking about the government of Kenya, could we establish a financing facility that allows for blending of public and private financing to make it easier for the water utilities to access commercial finance in particular. I think we were shown just now from the video, 18% of the NAWASIP needs to come from commercial financing. So how do we get that to happen? So just a few things that I thought I would share this afternoon. Why is blended financing important for our sector? I think the first part is what has been said over and over again. The blending financing could help us facilitate the development of the much needed infrastructure, the water treatment plants, distribution networks, and even indeed sanitation, which we haven't talked about as much in the conference. And we believe this is important in closing that huge funding gap that we've been talking about over the last 2 days. The second aspect is that with blending, we're trying to mitigate some investment risks. I think there are certain things the private sector is quite happy to take on as risks, but then there are certain things they really don't like to take on board. So when we are able to bring together the public financing on one hand to deal with those elements that are considered as too risky by the private sector, then we begin to create a platform in which they too can begin to play ball with us in the sector. The third element is that blending will allow us to promote a little bit more sustainability and innovation, and I think this has come up a few times. We've been talking about non-revenue water as probably one of our biggest challenges in the water sector in Kenya. And by bringing in the private sector, we begin to tap into their expertise, whether that be through provision of smart metering. Although yesterday somebody reminded us that Nyeri Water is the most successful company in Kenya, 15 years running, and they don't really even have like one smart meter. So yes, there's a role for smart technology, but maybe it is also about having the appropriate technology that is required at any specific time. The fourth element is that from USAID WashFin perspective, we believe that it is doable, that coming up with a blended financing facility in Kenya is doable, and not just needed, but actually doable. Why do we think it is doable? I think earlier on, the WSDF chairperson shared their experience with the OBA and AOD results-based financing, which resulted in, I think it's something like up to $15 million possibly raised over the last 5 years through commercial finance. But that money was not raised on straight loans. It was a lot of credit enhancements. The World Bank provided almost a 60% subsidy, KfW provided about 45% subsidy, and the US government, through what was then the Development Credit Authority, provided a guarantee for that process. So we saw that it could be done, but it could be done only when certain elements were in place. And a few of those that I want to talk about now. The cost of borrowing can be quite prohibitive. I think currently maybe we are talking of interest rates above 10%, maybe running into 18%, because the utilities are also considered as more risky by the commercial banks, so they get even higher interest rates than a normal borrower. The second element is that the water sector, although it is beginning to build its image, it is not very well known by financials. And when we've had conversations with bank managers, normally they really ask us, Barbara, whom are we even supposed to be talking to? Is it the governor? Is it the MD? Is it the ministry? Who is the client that would be borrowing this money? So that also creates its own set of challenges for us to build a track record within the sector that would make the commercial banks comfortable. A third element which has been discussed also, especially in the PPP session in the morning, was on preparation of feasible and bankable projects. Pipelines in the water sector are very difficult to come by. Somebody might really be interested in going to the bank, but when you look at what they have, it is not yet ready, and especially not ready for a private financing. It might work maybe for public financing, but definitely not for the private sector. And so the need to have a capacity to develop a project pipeline that is viable is important. And I think beyond, in thinking about that pipeline, the final point I want to make is that we need to be able to show to the supply side that there is enough market. It's not an on and off. One utility borrows today, another utility borrows after 5 months or even a year or two. Can we create a pipeline that actually is sustainable, sustained over a long time to maintain the interest on the supply side? And it is for these reasons that we believe that the blended facility could help address some of these by, among other things, providing those credit guarantees that the banks have clearly said they need to have some kind of guarantee, providing technical assistance that allows the water utilities to prepare their projects in a manner that is acceptable to the financiers, but then also through the blending, making the money affordable for the water utilities, because as we've already heard, at the end of the day, water is both an economic as well as a social good. And in the case of Kenya, it is also a human right. And so from USAID, we believe that working in this space is important because it will ultimately, it is not about mobilizing money. Ultimately, it's about improving access. You know, we do need to improve access to the large number of Kenyans, both in urban and rural areas, who are still struggling with this basic commodity. And one issue maybe that hasn't come up so far, that this improving access is very important because we know the impact on women and girls in particular. We haven't really talked to gender. I know there's a session coming on gender tomorrow, but really at the end of the day, this is about empowering our girls and our women to be more productive members of our society. And then finally, we do believe that this will also contribute to economic growth. If we're able to bring Davis and Shirtleaf, you know, to do more of their solar work within the sector, if we're able to bring Safaricom to do more around smart technologies, you know, in how we work in the sector, basically then we are also creating jobs for our youth. So we stand ready and remain committed to supporting the government in its effort to work on blended financing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Barbara. Very, very powerful thematic points, touching on closing the funding gap, promoting sustainability and economic growth, demonstrating that there is sufficiency from the supply side, from financiers who are willing to look at the sector, and sufficiency in demand from demand-side operators who are looking to borrow from financiers to execute their capital projects. Thank you. Next up, we will have a representative from the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, Dominic Neal, who is the Executive Director. Thank you, Dominic. Karibu sana.
Thank you all, and I hope you all had a nice lunch. I just want to pay tribute to the choir. You've sung beautifully, kept us entertained. And I think somebody should give you an advanced diploma in water and sanitation. You've sat patiently through all of the events. You probably know more than the rest of us by the end of this conference. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the world of development finance is changing, has changed. I started my career in DFID, what was then DFID, in a bilateral aid program working in countries, not in Kenya unfortunately, but Sierra Leone and other countries. My last job before I joined the UN was in the African Development Bank representing the UK on the board. And I have seen, even in that short time, because I'm still mid-career, I'm still quite young I think, in that short time, a dramatic change in the expectations of countries, of the types of finance available. And if I can speak honestly, I think this is off the record, the old, outdated, top-down models of development finance need to evolve into genuine partnerships with strong country leadership and ownership. The traditional order, the grant financing, is decreasing, especially in WASH. This will not change. In fact, it will only decline further. If you look at the potential development partners today, it is very different to 10 years ago. You have foundations, philanthropies, impact investors, a whole range of different types of development partners with different financial offers. There will always be a case for grant aid and humanitarian work, but the future of finance for development as we know it in the future is anchored around investment-based finance. That presents quite a challenge. Development should now be country-led, and we should all be focused on building these new financial models and creating more advanced financial offers. With the decline of grant aid, we have also got to look at doing our business of development differently. moving far away from looking at development as a charitable or bilateral action, but as a genuine development partnership with a firm plan for achieving sustainable financing of the country's needs. So with all of this in mind, I've started quite broad. I'm going to dive back into sanitation and hygiene. We, as the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, have perhaps chosen one of the hardest challenges: how to make the provision of safely managed sanitation and hygiene financially sustainable. And this is why we focus on the concept and the approach around the sanitation economy. There's an article, we have an op-ed today in the Daily Nation, where we say that the value of the Kenyan sanitation economy, of the goods and the services and the jobs that can be created, is up to $2.8 billion. We know sanitation is a critical public good, and it is a human right. But financing that is a real challenge, and the gap in Kenya for financing for sanitation alone at the moment, I understand to be $2 billion. I spoke yesterday about non-sewage sanitation. Non-sewage sanitation is not yet ready for investment in Kenya, but it can be made so. And that is our mission in the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. I'll be honest, there are people who look at me sideways when I say this, but I can introduce them to asset managers in Switzerland who are currently buying up public toilets and other sanitation facilities because they see the potential for the future. When I speak to investors, they like the idea. They love the idea of the gender-focused approach, climate-related, water-related investment. They tell us, bring us a pipeline and we'll invest, but please nothing less than $50 million. That pipeline does not yet exist in many countries. It does exist in Asia, and it is being invested in Asia. But in other countries, including in Kenya, the pipeline of investment opportunity is not yet ready. And this is how we should be using our grant financing moving forward, to create the opportunities, to create the conditions so that the sanitation economy can receive investment-based finance and can now be seen as a business opportunity, an economic opportunity by the private sector who want to engage and can be part of bridging the service gap. None of this is simple. Certainly none of it is without risk. The private sector needs to see a case for their returns. Investments need to be in local currency. We hope we can encourage and incentivize local banks to engage and to learn about the sanitation economy, exactly as they had to do in agriculture, in energy, and as they are now investing in across many countries, including Kenya. The good news is this has been done before, not just in agriculture and energy, but in other sectors. And as I've mentioned, it is happening today in different parts of Asia. We also have a growing demand around the world for climate and gender lens investment opportunities, of which sanitation has both criteria at its core. To conclude, I will reiterate my call to action of yesterday, in case anybody missed it, for policymakers in the room to focus on the enabling environment, ensuring public investment, and making sure that the private sector can come in and participate in the sanitation economy. For financiers, and I know we have some in the room, to bring the financial innovation, the de-risking mechanisms into the sector. You're using them in other sectors. Bring that expertise into sanitation and hygiene. For the utilities and water service providers, start thinking about how to provide for non-sewage sanitation, not as an intermediate solution as was suggested yesterday. It can be a permanent solution, climate resilient, gender focused, financially sustainable. For entrepreneurs, I'll say it again, don't flush away your next big opportunity. This is the only way we can ensure universal access to sanitation, hygiene, and menstrual health. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dominic. Very, very poignant points, targeting grant financing, economic opportunity and viability, things that we all want to associate ourselves with. Next, we will have a speaker from Dunedin. Just welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, this important platform, and my compliment to the organizers behind this very well-organized conference. I mean, we're only half through the conference, and I can already now say that I will go back to Denmark with full of lots of inspiration and many new contacts working here in the water sector in Kenya. So I represent the financing side. I work at the Danish DFI, called IFU, and I would like to share some insight into how we invest, and also share some concrete examples of some of the investments that we are involved in. So. IFU as a DFI, we invest through different kinds of instruments. We have concessional loans that we can extend to public sector investments. We invest with equity and debt into private companies. And we also have guarantees to leverage private capital for investments that address climate change and sustainable development. As many speakers before me have said, there is also an urgent need to develop projects, to prepare bankable projects. So we also have project development grants available, grants for development of public infrastructure, and we have some convertible grants also to invest in early stage activities for private investments. And convertible grants meaning that if the investment will happen, the grant can be converted into share capital. So what is the sector focus for us, and particularly in Africa? Right now, as speakers yesterday mentioned, we are involved in a big water project here in Kenya, the Thika Water, where we are providing a concessional loan for investment of 140 million euros. That will bring safe and reliable drinking water to approximately 280,000 people, including around 300,000 people connected to sewage piped. Working with these concessional loans and these investments, we have a focus on how to ensure that project gets as climate resilient as possible, and we have had a tremendously good cooperation with our partners here in Kenya with Ati Water. As I'm sure it doesn't come as any surprise in this forum, but our private equity investments in the water sector has so far also been quite limited, but quite recently we have invested in the Water Access Acceleration Fund, which is an innovative private equity fund that is focusing on sustainable and scalable solutions that can improve access to clean and affordable water to underserved populations. The fund focuses on investments in companies that provide safe water, scaled piped infrastructure and treatment technologies, and other companies across the water value chain. Quite recently, the first investment was made through this fund, unfortunately not here in Kenya, but in India, called DAY2. The Water Access Acceleration Fund has provided $3 to $5 million in equity into this company, and the company specializes in potable water and water quality improvement technologies for safe drinking water for underserved population in rural India. The fund is managed by Incofin, and they are also present here in Kenya. Kenya is also one out of 7 countries that this fund is focusing on. From IFU side, these kind of investments is something that we would really like to do much more of in the water sector. So many people have mentioned astronomically numbers as to what is needed for investments in the water sector to reach the SDG 6 target. And Denmark is a rather small, although dominant or profiled actor in the water space. But we would like to see how can we do even more. How can we, as the Danish DFI, deliver results at a much greater scale. So we have embarked on a reform process where we are trying to see how we can leverage even more investments. One of the new facilities we have right now is that we have been granted access to funding from the Danish Central Bank. So we are benefiting from Denmark's AAA rating to get access to cheap funding that we can then unlend with a very low interest to investments in public sector. So we have now access to around $900 million in funding that we can invest towards 2030. We have also gotten access to even more debt to private sector investments, whereas IFU has previously primarily invested with pure equity. IFU has also been known for our cooperation with Danish pension funds. Danish pension funds have a lot of capital available that they would like to invest in good projects with a good return, but also addressing sustainable development and good impact. Of course, due to this high return requirements, many of the investments we have been doing together with the Danish pension funds have primarily been in the energy sector. But the Danish pension fund has also expressed an interest to invest in water projects. So going forward, our our ambition is to see how can we then bridge the financing that is available with the investment needs that we see is out there. So we need to innovate, we need to be flexible, and we need to develop guarantee instruments and blended facilities. And that is also why we are looking at how we can spend the ODA funds that we get from the Danish government in a more innovative way, in a more blended fashion. So right now we are looking at some new, for us, innovative models. These projects are in South Africa. We are looking at an investment which is called SIDAF, which is an investment with a special purpose vehicle structure, where we are looking at providing risk capital into this fund, attracting investment from private sector financing institutions, local banks, to invest in municipal water projects. If we will succeed with this investment, I think this could serve as inspiration for future investment opportunities in the water sector. We are also talking to the Development Bank of Southern Africa, DBSA, if we can extend the credit line, drawing on the cheap funding we can get from the Danish Central Bank, so that DBSA can provide loans in local currencies to municipalities investing in water treatment. So, to conclude, we are here and we are ready to cooperate. We are committed to being a trusted partner, working with the Kenya government, with the water utilities, other financing partners, and in general other relevant partners in the water sector. Innovation, cooperation, and broad partnerships are needed if we are to reach the SDG 6 targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Tina. a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So it's a real joy to understand that Danida is willing to walk this journey with Kenya. Our next speaker needs no introduction. That is Mr. Willis Ombai, CEO, Water Sector Trust Fund. I'll just invite Willis over to the stage.
Thank you so much, my great friend Nganga, for joining us to, I think, celebrate blended financing. For the time that I've known Nganga, we have been working very closely on matters financing of the sector, and more particularly on blended financing. So maybe I just say the main sponsors for this event, and you will allow me, because this is the first time I'm standing in this podium to address you. The main sponsors, that is USAID, and we have seen great representation from USAID and the activities around. Gatsby Africa, Danida, the whole team is here. Nation Media Group, African Development Bank, Sanitation Hygiene Fund, WhatsApp, and also to recognize the presence of the various commercial banks who are here, who have been our great partners in this journey in terms of operationalizing blended financing, and not to forget water service providers whom I've been saying jointly, and perhaps they could be the biggest sponsors of this event. Water sector institutions, my fellow CEOs, I salute you for the support that you have given to this, not forgetting our board members. You will allow me to recognize these are my immediate bosses. And also to recognize, we have had two of our previous chairmen, Bill Lay, and also Ambassador Mary Himulu, and also to recognize other board chairs who are present. We have Honorable Yusuf Chansu. I've seen chairs of various other sector institutions. Thank you so much for coming to grace this occasion. Please allow me to recognize the steering committee. Most of these have been recognized by either the master of ceremony, the staff, and the organizing committee that I've been chairing. But lastly, to give great standing ovation for most of you who have come. I think the attendance has been overwhelming, and we are greatly very, very happy, and so much gratitude that you came, because it would have not been a success for you, for these conferences, if all of you are not here. So my name, as has been said, is Willis Ombai. I'm the CEO of Water Sector Trust Fund, and I'm happy to be part of this partnership that we are having. Maybe back to now the real substance. Sometimes we say it is the French that introduce themselves like that. Now back to the real business of the day is to give you perspectives of Water Sector Trust Fund, our experiences, some of the strategies that we have used, and what we feel is important going forward. So our experience, particularly with the private sector, in a bid to attain the blended financing objective, we have had experience in terms of commercial financing, and this is where we have worked with a number of utilities who are present here, not less than 10 water utilities in this country, to be able to have bankable projects that we provide technical assistance, and they have been able to successfully get subsidies. when we provide subsidies to water companies, in a way, and when you analyze, it's no more than blended financing, because when you finally aggregate the interest that has been paid, if we are giving a subsidy of 40, 60, 50%, then you will all agree with me that could be the first experience of blended financing. We have talked about technical assistance that comes with the support that we give, and this is mostly to support the bankability processes and also to make sure that the projects which are being supported have met certain compliances which are required. We also have engagement with private sector in terms of technology and expertise for project implementation. As you might be aware already, Trust Fund, in a very summarized way, has 3 major responsibilities. That is, number 1, to look for money, resource mobilize. And this we do through working with different development partners. But just to remind you that as a financing institution, through the establishment of Water Act 2016, that the Trust Fund became a financing institution with open opportunities to resource mobilize, even in the capital market. So we have been trying to collaborate with the sector, the institutions that are responsible for resource mobilization in those areas to make sure that it is not only on paper but also in practice. So we resource mobilize funds, we finance, and also do planning and quality management in terms of realizing whether we are getting the value for money for projects that are supported. A number of partners here know that we follow our coins to the letter. So you see we have quality assurance monitors out there with you in the field. We have our officers occasionally coming. But this is for the good reason that we want to ensure that the qualities that have been planned for are realized in the long term. So some of the products or projects or programs that we have had, and they have been spoken to or talked about, are more or largely about results-based financing. And these have included output-based aid, aid on delivery, and conditional liquidity support grant too. And if you look at the thread that cuts across, you will find the working with the commercial banks, it gives us an opportunity to have escrow accounts and repayment support. The reason for this, and this is the story nobody has said in the room. Before 2018, none of the commercial banks, with all respect, was very much willing to lend the water sector. But because of the measures that we took to de-risk the water sector, because there is what the Banking Act says, which the commercial banks are supposed to comply with, but there is also the reality, which in Kenya they say vitu ni tofauti kwa ground. So what we did to de-risk, to make the water sector attractive, was to establish escrow accounts, which would then act as security, the issues and establishment of grace period before repayments, and issue of subsidy, which offered a lot of comfort for the commercial banks to know that if for this particular loan product, WSTF has promised a subsidy or committed a subsidy of 60%, then the loan is almost 40%. And this was being done inclusive of the interest. The other game changer in this was disbursement against interim payments of certificate. Kenyans are known to do other things. When you give monies. In some companies, they will use it to pay salaries when they know the money is not supposed to be paying salaries. But if you come from the part of country where I come from, then perhaps we will be getting a third or a fourth wife, because now you are doing too well. So to forestall that, we agreed with the water company and the commercial banks that payments will only be made when contractors raise interim payment certificates. Then, of course, there have been discussions with the WASREB on tariff adjustments, and these are issues which have been spoken to in this conference. How do we make it possible for the water companies to pay or to get these loans? And I'm also glad one person said here that perhaps Kenya has the lowest tariffs, but we also know how emotive it is in terms of, and political in terms of raising the tariffs. So there was also the issue of discussing with the banks on adaptive credit worthiness that are unique to the water and sanitation. And I think I'd mentioned an example where when you talk about the security for the loans, then the deposits would then possibly suffice, plus the subsidies that would then be offered. So through these models, development partners and banks have found comfort in financing various blended programs of water sector trust fund. WSTF loan facility, this is a program or a product we are trying to develop now, with significant work having been done in terms of one, assessment of the demand side of it. And I want to again appreciate the support we have received from USAID in the feasibility studies that have been done to make this a success. We have had discussions with various government institutions to make sure that this comes to a fruition. The blending enables additional financing to the sector, making it crucial to attract the 82 Kenya shillings billion that NAWASIP foresees that will come from private sector. And I want to perhaps mention at this point that in March 2022, in Dakar World Water Forum, one of the resolutions was for the sector and various countries to be able to achieve proper financing in the sector. It was really necessary that we delve and dive deeper into blended financing, and this is the vision that we also have as a fund, to be able to get and attract more financing from most of the water companies, and even more than that, our fellow waterworks development agencies that we work with together. Under the result-based financing program, Waterfund within 5 years managed to create a loan portfolio of Kenya shillings 1.47 billion, and to give out a subsidy of 862 million received from the World Bank for output-based aid through financing from CEDA, and secondly, aid on delivery, AOD. Waterfund therefore leveraged about, under AOD, 71% of the 609 million of private capital from our commercial banks. And allow me just to mention some of these commercial banks: Housing Finance Bank, Cooperative Bank, Sydian Bank, and Family Bank. I think now the appetite has grown, and we are in a conversation every day with most of the commercial banks on how all of us can participate in one of the programs, especially AOD, which is going on. And I've said the most attractive thing here is how the de-risking has been done, making it or giving the financial institutions a bit of more comfort compared to what it could have been. The result-based financing program is ongoing as we speak through additional funding from KfW, and various banks are providing pre-financing. The call to our partners and investors is to work with us as Water Sector Trust Fund to build a seed fund which can then be blended with funds from financial institutions to extend facilities to implementing agencies. And if you want more proof, in the studies that have been done, we have had the demand side. Every day, or even in this conference, I meet a new MD from a water company. The question is rather obvious whether we could get some more money to give. The money we have at any given moment are mostly conditional funds which have very specific uses. And WSTF can only be able to finance effectively if at any given moment we are approached with a need, we are able to finance. And that is the biggest objective that we have, that there will never be an excuse. When there are meters required, you will only have very good products that will enable you to access those monies. So it is our experience that commercial financing is more available, limited only by creditworthiness of the borrower, while on the other hand, grant financing is quite limited. Further, it appears loan financing results in more efficient and prudent use of resources in comparison to grant financing. As our chairman mentioned yesterday, Water Sector Trust Fund is developing its strategic goal and has set an ambitious resource mobilization target of 52 billion by the year 2027. This is about 5.2 of the total Nawasip project, Nawasip budget, and about 8% of the resource gap of the Kenya shillings 652 billion. Of this figure, WSTF anticipates to get about 10 billion from the private sector through blended financing. On this, WSTF will continue with the result-based financing program and also blended loan facility program. So once again, I call on all our investors, partners to support WSTF in this noble process, since we have already proved that it can be efficiently done. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you so much for that, CEO. A very wonderful topical issue, focused on resource mobilization, which is a core mandate of the Water Sector Trust Fund. And we look forward to learning more about this seed fund, which I believe we'll be discussing at our next session, which will be touching on leveraging private finance through blended finance mechanisms as well as results-based finance. At this juncture, we would like to now move swiftly along into our panel session. This panel session will be moderated by Robert Bunyi, who is a water sector specialist operating in Kenya and beyond. The panel discussion today will focus on unlocking private finance for sustainability in water and sanitation provision. And at this juncture, I'd just like to invite Robert up to the stage. Robert will then call on the panelists to also come up and take their seats. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. May I call all the panelists to just come forward in the interest of time. We don't have a lot of time. And as they make their way
to the front here. Perhaps by quick introduction, by background, I have worked at the Kenya Pooled Water Fund, where we were looking to promote the use of the local capital market to raise long-term local currency financing for the investment of infrastructure by the water service providers in Kenya. The speakers who have been here before me have laid the groundwork, and perhaps I can give a quick overview. No problem. Okay. Just to let everybody know who we are expecting at the front here, we have got a representative from the African Development Bank, representative from local commercial banks, that could be Kenya Commercial Bank, NCBA, the WSTF itself, Nyeri Water, USAID, KPMG, and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Sorry, KCB and Equity. So as I was saying, Barbara has told us that in order to be successful in attracting capital, private capital into the water sector, we as a water players have to be ready with projects that we can offer to people with money to give us the money. So the work is upon us to make sure that our projects are ready for investment. And readiness means readiness as far as the private investor is concerned, not as we as the operators are concerned. That's critical. Dominic has painted a picture that development finance money is in our past. It is not going to be something we can rely on going forward. And we have to really develop new windows of local financing to develop our infrastructure. The lady from the IFU has told us as a development finance institution, they are looking for projects. They are looking for innovations, innovative thinking, and they are willing to put in the riskiest capital into projects that would encourage other private actors to come in and play in the marketplace. Nganga has told us blending is the way forward. You, at this point, potentially you cannot take 100% private financing. You may want to have a mix of development financing and private financing in order to come up with a total funding envelope for your project. And Willis has already told us that he has opened the way through the WSTF's OBA program, which has demonstrated to the market that this water sector is ready for private capital. So without much further ado, I will ask everybody to very quickly introduce themselves so that you can know who we have before us, and we will quickly go into the questions. I shall start at the far left there.
Thank you very much. My name is Joroge Mutahi, and I'm from KCB Bank.
Thank you. Robert, my name is Engineer Peter Kahudo from Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company, the MD.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edwin Maitho. I work for the Water and Sanitation Department, private sector financing at the African Development Bank.
Good afternoon. My name is Jafet Mbuvi. I'm the Chief of Party for the Western Kenya Water Project, USAID funded.
Good afternoon. My name is Suresh Patel. I represent Kenya Association of Manufacturers.
Good afternoon all. Nganga Mbage once again, part of the Transport and Infrastructure team at KPMG.
Good afternoon. So I am Ruth Nganga. I work at the Water Sector Trust Fund. I'm the General Manager for Fund Development, so heading the department that deals with mobilizing resources, developing partnerships, and also developing this kind of innovative programs that we are discussing today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps I can ask the representative, Maitho, from the African Development Bank to start us off. Could you tell us or share with us here what experiences on the African continent can you share with us on private capital financing in the water sector?
Thank you, Robert. I'll start by saying, in our experience, we've realized that private sector funding can assist government roll out water and sanitation projects and bridge the funding gap that we've had here that we need to achieve to achieve universal access. And we've had projects. I want to give practical examples, two practical examples of projects where we've used blended finance, and that has assisted projects that would not have initially taken off. But because of the blended finance solutions, the project was able to be successfully closed. And the first project is the project that was discussed in the panel, the PPP panel, which was the Kigali bulk water, services project. And to start, initially when this project was conceptualized, most of the risks were allocated to the private party. And what the result of this was, the project was seen to be quite expensive, and obviously the tariff that was going to be charged to the end users was going to be quite expensive. So all these, the private parties and the private party and the public party came together and had discussions with the community, stakeholder engagements, and looked at the project, tried to see how they can reallocate, the different risks and apportion them to the right party who can take on these risks. And because of this, what transpired is that the private party was then required to do the construction of the plant and the reservoir, and then the government then took on the responsibility of construction of the network. And through this structuring by the different institutions that were funding the project, the AFDB, for instance, provided public sector funding for the network, and then the development partners, which was the AFDB and the Emerging Africa Infrastructure Fund, provided senior loans for the construction of the plants, and they also provided concessionary financing, and as well there was a viability gap funding that facilitated the reduction of the tariff, and this is what I could say made this project successful, and this demonstrates what a blended finance solution can do to make a project successful. The second example I will give is a project that we have funded in Morocco, which is we have provided a corporate loan, which is 188 million to the OCP group, which is a government utility that produces fertilizer. And here, the corporate loan there are three different facilities that have been provided. One is a commercial loan from the African Development Bank, which is 150 million, and together with 18 million from the Canadian Climate Fund, which is administered by the AFDB, the utility has been able to will be able to construct 3 desalination plants. And these plants are both for its operations, and it will also be able to provide water to the population. And more than 1.5 million people will be provided with water through this solution. And one of the other things that this facility included is a facility from the Climate Technology Fund. And this is specifically is used to fund energy storage systems that will store energy from renewable sources. And what this demonstrates is the water energy nexus, as in having clean energy for a sustainable project. So these two examples demonstrate, one with the Kigali project is, if you have a good collaboration with government and the private sector, you have open discussions as to what is the real cost behind the project, and then have blended finance solutions that tackle the different risks that these projects can be successful. I think I'll stop there.
Oh, thank you very much. That was actually quite a very innovative approach by the African Development Bank. The WSTF. Ruth, could you share with us the interventions you have overseen that could encourage private sector to lend into the water sector?
Yeah, I think, Robert, that is the easiest for me because the CEO was just here and he talked about the two programs, the output-based aid and the aid on delivery. And I think what I can add to that answer is that these are programs that have been done, they have been completed. Most of the utilities that were implementing the output-based aid funded by the World Bank and the first AOD program project that was done by Embu Water, most of those utilities have repaid their loans ahead of tenure. Maybe that is the point that I would want the participants here and even the partners and potential investors to take home, that they've repaid ahead of tenure. And then we moved into the second set so that some of those utilities have taken two loans. Again, Embu being one of them, the other one was Moranga South. And the same utility has repaid both loans ahead of tenure. So I pose a question, what do we mean by bankability? If the same utilities who are not seen to be very bankable, of course there was a lot of de-risking like the CEO already presented, but if they are repaying ahead of tenure, then maybe we are giving them less than they could actually handle. So I think, Robert, I could leave that at that.
I think your question as to what do we mean by bankability? I think the message we should send to the finance sector is that when it comes to water, you must get committed and agree that you have to get wet. So get involved, get yourself wet, and that's how you will deliver lending opportunities and water to the people. Perhaps I can ask Kahodho, the MD of Nyeri Water, to tell us, from his point of view as a potential receiver of this money, what does he think we should have in place in order to make it easier for entities like himself, his and others, borrow from the private sector?
Thank you, Robert. Once again, I would start by saying I can confirm the presentation from Water Fund that Nyawasco has been strategic to gain from all those proposals. In fact, one of the reasons why Nyawasco is where it is because of this commercial financing. Back in 2002, when a loan of about 1.2 billion Kenya shillings was advanced, and up to date, we are still servicing that loan without default. Along the way, we have also received quite a lot of other support, even from the county government of Nyeri. We have also partnered with WASREB, among other entities, even Tana Waterworks Development Agency, for some projects. And what we look at sometimes is the way the facility is packaged, because by the end of the day, as management, you have a responsibility to go and present the case to the board for approval. So packaging is quite important, the terms and the condition of that facility, the issue of flexibility, and equally something else very critical is about full disclosure, because sometimes we may not maybe fully disclose some of the data we have as a company, and we go ahead and get the facility, then it becomes a problem in terms of payment. Equally, from the financial point of view, we need to get to know all the details, all the requirements, terms and conditions, to ensure that once the board makes an informed decision, or rather once the board makes a decision, it is an informed decision. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, engineer. Remember, everybody in water is an engineer. So if you're a finance person, come and explain your terms and conditions in engineering language so that they can understand you and prepare your check on time. It's important. Nobody here in water is a finance person. Let's remember that. So, let us swing over to Japheth. In your view, while as part of the US aid program in the country and in the region, what do you believe are the merits of private capital financing in the sector for the consumer and the industry at large?
Sorry. Really, to get to understand what the merits are, we have got all to get to understand that the financing gap that exists within the sector will never be filled using public finances only. And for a couple of reasons. The public money that, or rather the finances that get into the sector are mainly threefold. The tariffs, which I would call internally generated resources, but we have been told that the WSPs in Africa or the tariffs in Africa or in the developing world are too low to generate any reasonable income. Again, the taxes and transfers from government because of competing other services are still also not going to be enough, and we cannot rely on donor financing to get things done. This then therefore means that once you are able to bring in private sector, you are able to start not completely fill the gap, but you start narrowing that particular gap. Private sector financing also brings with it some professionalism that allows the sector to improve on efficiencies, and therefore this also reduces waste, because then you know that this money has got to be repaid. So improved service quality actually within the sector can emanate from the professionalism that comes into the sector because of the knowledge that this money has got to be repaid back. We are also able then to reduce the exposure to external debt by ensuring that we are able to generate, and especially so, we are able to generate part of this commercial finance from the local banks and the like. And these funds that are saved in that way, if the sector goes to grow, my view is that then they will be able to release funds to other parts of the sector that need also subsidization. Because for sure, there are still elements of the sector that you still need some subsidies. Thank you.
What Japheth has just shared with us is a loaded message. At the bottom line is that if you want to be a big borrower, a good borrower, a consistent borrower, you must be disciplined. So the market disciplines will come to bear upon you as the institution, and you must run your institution in a manner that it's a predictable repair of its debts. That's our first challenge. The second one he has pointed out is also a very big issue that I don't believe we really pay attention to in this country. Foreign currency financing of infrastructure is extremely expensive, even if it's low interest rate overseas development assistance cash. Because of the depreciation of the exchange rate, the total cost of that money is very high. So we have got no solution. We've got no option but to develop local financing windows, because those are the ones that will deliver cheaper long-term capital. It's a fact. Thank you, Japheth. Perhaps I can move on to Nganga at KPMG. Share with us, what approaches would you suggest that we adopt with regards to blended finance?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. I think just for the benefit of all, it's important to also just contextualize what we mean when we talk about blended finance. Blended finance really is the strategic use of development finance to reduce and mobilize additional concessional commercial capital. The idea here is that when you mix cheaper concessional capital with commercial capital, you're able to mobilize greater resources from commercial players by de-risking them and providing a higher leverage position for them to be able to finance more capital projects. Now in Kenya, we have not had a very coherent policy framework in regards to deployment of blended finance. And that is potentially one area that we can look to strengthen. I am aware that there's some work that is ongoing at the Water Sector Trust Fund to directly deal with this issue. But this framework, should it be put in place, would really position the sector to be able to mobilize and also better utilize available blended finance capital through the use of a fund once that is in place. Secondly is the establishment of a fund. Over to WSTF again. This fund, if it is put in place, Ruth spoke earlier about some seed capital that they're soliciting for from the public sector, and they would also like to collaborate with willing development partners. Such a fund, whether it is able to provide concessional debt or equity capital, would really help reduce the total cost of borrowing to a willing borrower, WSP or other, that is soliciting for financing for their water and infrastructure development projects. So to answer your question, Robert, what are some of the core benefits? I think Japheth has touched on the largest one, which is the introduction of market disciplines. That point cannot be stressed enough. The discipline of project execution and implementation, the discipline of repayment on time per the schedule that has been given to you, and the discipline of operations and maintenance as well. Those market disciplines are the expectations that commercial financiers have to ensure that the infrastructure project that has been put in place is properly developed and implemented and is maintained to be able to ensure that it generates the cash flows to make the commercial financier whole. The second is promoting sector sustainability. Back to Dominic, he touched on the point of limited grant financing and how this is diminishing and its availability, particularly for middle income economies like ourselves, is really not there anymore. So by us utilizing blended finance instruments, not only are we able to provide additional capital to water utilities and willing borrowers that are at the high end of the curve, that are commercially viable, but also crowd in those that are on the wrong side of the curve in terms of creditworthiness to ensure that they also have the opportunity to be able to borrow and execute their projects. So I think I associate myself with Dominic's comments very, very closely. And obviously the most obvious one, lowering the total cost of borrowing by combining commercial and concessional capital. This is absolutely critical in terms of expanding the total reach of financing in the sector. We recognize that we have a water coverage today of 62%, sanitation coverage of 16%, and that curve is not really moving as quickly as we would like in the right direction. So ensuring that we have sufficient financing available in the sector that is able to address these issues, it will be really critical to ensure that we move towards universal coverage by 2030. Lastly, I think on Robert's point on promotion on local currency financing, this can't be stressed enough. Although concessional capital looks cheaper upfront, in the long term, with currency depreciation, we have all seen what has happened in the last 10 months with the Kenya shilling. It does cost. And whether it's a sovereign obligation or not, it is a cost to the country, and locally available local currency solutions will always work out to be cheaper than concessional capital facilities that are arranged. So I think it's an encouraging note for our commercial banks that are here, for our capital market players that are here, for the fund managers that Dominic was talking about. It's critical that we start developing and implementing these local currency solutions to ensure that we're able to sustainably finance our sector even beyond our lifetimes. Back to you, Robert.
Thank you very much, Nganga. Now, let's say we have solved the money problem. Let us look towards the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, because some of the components that we'll put into our networks will come from our local manufacturers. I would like to ask Suresh, what are your views as far as private capital financing for the water sector with regards to the readiness of the manufacturers for the sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm also an engineer and not a financial expert. So obviously, we'll have the same feeling. The importance of blending finance for private sector, everybody has talked about. But the difference between private sector flow of finance and public sector flow of finance is that private sector finance is always continuous through efforts of the private sector to produce taxable revenue. And that revenue also contributes to public sector finance. So you can imagine how important private sector could be in this line to bring them on the board on blended financing. Although you asked me a very typical question, I would still like to go where people have not talked much about what are our difficulties in private sector on blended financing. You see, when we start a discussion about, and I saw one of the points was that private sector is not coming on the board very easily on taking its role on water and sanitation. Water actually is perceived as economic good, but for private sector it is a factor of production. And because it is social good, it is never seen as a profitable item, and its price always remains low. It's very different from energy and road sector, where the rate of return is faster or attractive. In water sector, it's much longer and very slow. So yes, we have a role to play, but we needed certain barriers to be removed. And these are the barriers we should have talked, and probably I can bring few points in front of with examples. Taxation, as I said, is very important, but in this country still, and maybe in all countries probably, the taxation policies are not long-term. You plan an investment in certain water sector, you move on with a partnership with the public sector or other blended finance, and halfway down that line, you have a new taxes regime, which will force you to rethink again how you would plan your cash flow and how would try to recoup your benefits. So long-term policies of taxation is one of the important, because it is a taxes which will determine take-home revenue for the private sector. So that's one point. I would like that we need to find a way to have that predictable and irrevocable taxation policies. The second thing, I say that the government policy implementation in various sectors are very important, particularly in water one. And it has started happening in Kenya in one sector, and I'll give example of housing sector, which government has started now mapping the value chain player in housing sector. They're asking manufacturers to record their capacity to supply housing sector like paint, cement, steel, but I have not seen that happening in water sector. So we need to have mapping of the value chain in water sector in order to inform the private sector to take their role also in investing, whether blended finance or state finance. That's a key. Pending bills is another issue where we probably private sector will just take a little back seat because cash is expensive, and getting that return at in a delayed fashion would discourage the private sector to come on the board to put their hard-earned capital to be paid on a very low and long-term, I would say, a return. So we need to address that process. And I like the idea of what a trust fund said, that they have the escrow fund for the public sector funding. Can it not be again brought for the private sector entirety in another form, another model, whatever you call it, but it will help private sector to give that solace and a feeling of de-risking the investment. So we need to relook at that idea of creditors being supported very well. Other thing, what what policy matters I would government to see is to develop the economic instrument in water sector. People are very passionate about environment, and there are economic instruments being developed by the government in Kenya. But water sector also on its own need to develop the economic instrument to provide those incentives or disincentives in order for private sector to make a judgment on their willingness to come on the board on the investment on the private sector. Feasibility is very key, important element for the private sector because that determines whether you will take something home or not. And the funding on pre-feasibility is very important for the private sector. Kenyan economy, as everybody knows, that is continuously coming under pressure, and releasing the extra resources or cash has always become difficult for the private sector. So any assistance, any funding, and I was told the grants are actually drying up. Well, that is the fact, but there are many other ways to kill the cat, and we need to find a way for particularly African private sector to find a way how they can make the project feasible and participate with the full force into this investment in the water sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suresh. I think what we're hearing from you is that when we are planning the road up ahead, we should not leave you behind and your industry behind, and we should fully incorporate all your members. Now, let us turn over to our very own lender, Kenya Commercial Bank, Njoroge. Bwana Njoroge, could you tell us, from where you sit as a lender in this market and potentially looking into this sector of ours, what are you looking for? What would you like to see from us? What can we do to make ourselves, the young bride, a little bit more attractive to you?
Thank you for that question. So there have been a lot of good points that have been said towards ensuring the bankability, but just to dig a little deeper and double click on a lot of some of those points that have been mentioned. I would say that embedding as someone seeking financing within this water sector, embedding yourself with your financial institution in a very deep manner goes a long way. And what this means is that when you take on, you allow the financial institution to really understand all your operations, your revenue streams, your expenditures, and really give them a wholesome perspective of your operations, it goes a long way in terms of demystifying yourselves in a way that creates more bankability. So what you find sometimes, and what we've seen at KCB, is there are very many institutions which are multi-banked, and there are small ways in which each bank touches on. So when approaching a particular institution for financing, the conversation becomes a bit difficult because this institution does not have a wholesome picture of this particular of the institution seeking the financing. So, for example, at KCB, we've got numerous products that can help in revenue collection, in expenditure, whether it is your staff programs and stuff like that. All these things, like I said, go a long way in demystifying the operations. Furthermore, they also build your leverage with the institution. If you have a lot of deep roots with a particular banking institution, such as KCB, it goes a long way in being able to, deserve a stronger, it creates a stronger bargaining chip in terms of trying to access that particular financing. Furthermore, what I can say is that when looking at various water infrastructure projects, let us not be afraid to also cut it down to the smallest, basically the smallest denominator, the smallest particular project that can happen. So basically, if you have a 10 billion shilling project or something of the sort, it's okay to cut it down and say, let's do it in pieces of 100 million shillings at first, and you sort of ring fence what can happen around there. what can happen around there in regards to revenues and expenditures and that sort of thing. So that way you enable a more easily consumable project which can be undertaken by the banks. So in conclusion, what I want to say is that at KCB we are keen moving forward to look at a lot of projects, and we want to be a more dominant player in this particular sector. So let's develop a relationship. It's not so much about coming to ask for a loan on one particular day, but let's develop a relationship where we understand each other and have demystified each other, which creates a lot more bankability.
Thank you very much, Njoroge. I think the message you're sending to all us engineers in the room is that there's no one here who is ugly. We just need to get to know each other very well.
Exactly.
We will build a good home. Thank you very much, Njoroge. Perhaps I can ask Ruth to react to all these messages we have heard from the panelists this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Robert. I think I want to start with where Mr. Njoroge left off, because that is just the point. Nobody has to do a 100 million project if they can handle only 10 million. They could do a 10 million project and it would be bankable. And then we would start them on a path where then they would grow their bankability until they can handle bigger projects. Because in our experience at the Water Sector Trust Fund, when utilities have implemented a blended financing kind of project, where they have implemented a project through private sector financing, which then we have gone ahead to subsidize, by the end of that project, their credit worthiness actually grows. You can check that one out in the WASREB impact reports and just track from year on year and check the utilities that have been accessing commercial financing. I want to say, with the successes of the resort-based financing, which I think now we to us really it's like we can breathe easy on that. Robert, I think we in the Water Sector Trust Fund, we feel it's time to move to the next step, and we have actually moved to the next step. We have been subsidizing the utilities at between 40% and 60% of loan financing, but we think now the same utilities have grown, including the capacity building that has gone into the utilities as they do the bankable projects, because we even provide technical advisory services when they are designing and when they are doing their documents for Mr. Njoroge, but in this case, he hasn't funded any of our projects. But others have, like the ones that the CEO mentioned. The utilities then have reached a place where they can handle more loan financing, and so the trust fund is thinking, instead of giving out subsidy grants that will not come back to us and therefore we are not able to give to the next person, how about low interest loans blended with commercial financing? Same concept, but this time the Water Sector Trust Fund also gets back the portion that it has given out to blend, with the result that we can give it out to another utility next time. And we can give to the same utility the next time they come back to us. So in a kind of a revolving way, we can keep the sector going. The grants are dwindling. So we did the 800 million subsidy, but it didn't come back to us. But our utilities really increased their revenues. MD Nyeri is here, he can confirm that they really increased their revenues, because one of the requirements is that the project itself, not just the utility, the project itself should be bankable. It should be able to generate its own revenue and pay its own loan, so that we are not looking at the utilities struggling or getting the county government to support in the repayments. So because of that bankability, the utilities are able to absorb more financing. And like I said at the beginning, the utilities are repaying their loans ahead of tenor. So I think, Robert, we are probably not challenging our utilities enough, and maybe also our banks now. We need to challenge you a little bit more. Take a chance on water. Take a chance on sanitation, because we are able to craft products which are of comfort to you. And what Mr. Njoroge said is very important. Get to know your banker. That relationship, maybe that's what I was referring to at the beginning. What is this bankability? Maybe it's just that they don't really understand water and sanitation, its uniqueness and its issues, you know. And so I don't want to be the one to take all the time when we are about to have the next convener session, but to be honest, it's time to move on so that our utilities that have grown to bankability can move on to blended financing proper, where they refund to the bank and refund to the Water Sector Trust Fund, and then we can keep the resort-based financing for those that are still growing, and we are still trying to develop their capacity, not capacity as in, you know, condescending or anything, but by financing them to do bankable projects that they can handle, de-risked to the highest level possible, so that they can move to the next level. I want to repeat something my CEO said. We have a lot of interest now in blended financing in water and sanitation in the country. Many banks want to be in that space. We know, because we know what we were discussing with many banks when we floated the last aid on delivery. And many utilities are also interested. But from the beginning, it was not so. It was not so from the beginning. The Water Sector Trust Fund had to do a lot of work to convince the banks and the utilities and our county governments that it is possible to lend to water and sanitation, and it is possible for the utilities to repay. And when I say utilities, that is just the first phase. I think with time we will come up with products where this loan facility can be extended to a wider range of implementing partners. Bwana Suresh, we hear you about the private sector, and it's quite encouraging about an escrow account for the private sector. You know, my chairman is here, and also my CEO is here. And we can think about that as we continue to craft models that encourage private sector engagement in water and sanitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panelists. Because of time, we'll have to stop there. I know we could have talked forever. I think just to push the message a little bit more, I would like to tell everybody in the room, we can't continue to waste time. Every day we lose by not taking up private investment and expanding our networks, we lose revenue, we lose jobs that could have been created by those investments. We create unnecessary hardships for water consumers. And we cannot forget the increased risk of waterborne diseases that people could take when they resort to other sources of water. But let's take heart. The message we should live with today is that let's get everybody wet so that we can resolve our problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists, equally our facilitators. Earlier we had Mr. Nganga from KPMG was the facilitator with a team of speakers, and we've just had Mr. Robert Buni, who has really done a very good service to the topic, unlocking private finance for sustainability in water and sanitation provision, with that team. So, dear delegates, let me request that we hold on a bit as we come to the end of this high-level plenary session before we break into our specific convener sessions. Please, just a little bit as we allow you to move. I know we have been patient enough, and I want to appreciate all of you and say thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for your participation and your attendance also. As we come to an end, just allow me to run you through the next session, which is series of convener sessions. Series of convener sessions. I'm sure you have it in your program. So the first one will be convener session 1, result-based financing and blended loan facility, leveraging and de-risking private finance. It will be here. It will be here. So if you have some interest in session 1 or you know where you belong, please remain around. Water Sector Trust Fund will be running that. Mr. Willie Sombai, World Bank, Rebel Group, Anthony Mulinge, Fresh Life, and Cooperative Bank, please make sure that you also you're in attendance. Convener session 2, bridging the gap in universal access to water and sanitation services in the counties. We'll be having it at the Lenana Hall or Lenana Room. Council of Governors running it, and I am told that, of course, our main speaker is none other than His Excellency Andrew Modime, Chairperson, Water, Forestry, and Natural Resources Management, Council of Governors. We'll be having His Excellency Joshua Irungu, Honorable Mudhomi Njuki, both equally governors of Laikipia and Tarakanidhi respectively, and Amanda Robertson, Senior Wash Advisor, USAID. That is convener session number 2. If you think it's important for you, kindly prepare to do that. Convener session number 3, Sustainable Financing Solution for Rural Water Access in Arid and Semi-Arid Lands, ASALs. It will be inside Aberdare Hall. USAID Stawi will be there. So main speaker will be Ronald Kubasu and Stephen Catelo. Please don't miss that. Don't miss that. Last but not least will be catchment protection in enhancing climate change resilience among communities in Kenya. Shimba Hall will be managed by Water Resource Authority. Main speakers will be Mohammed M. Shurie, CEO WRA, Ronald Murgor, Chairperson WRA, and presentation by John Kinyanjui. And the rest will be panelists: WRA, WWF Kenya, JICA, World Waternet, Blue Deal, USAID, Stawi, World Bank, ADB, Africa Development Bank, TBC, and Coca-Cola TBC. Please, let's make sure that you also find time to go there. But as you leave, I want to remind you again about our dinner tonight. Please, as you said earlier in the morning, is that we'll be doing something African and a little blue. So please, as you go, also make sure that you prepare yourself for that dinner. But that will continue after this. We are not breaking. I want to assume the session is still going on, so we are not breaking. Let's continue with our session. The team remaining here at the amphitheater, start organizing yourself. It will be very interesting sessions. We'll be, of course, checking that everything is smoothly. As I finish, let me recognize a very important team of our sign language team from Kenya Institute of Special Education: Lenza Odingo, Philip Omondi, Patrick Muya, Emma Otieno, and Mueni Damaris, who are doing a very good work to ensure that we interpret our messages correctly to the needy in terms of WPD. Thank you so much for doing a good job, both physically here and equally virtually. Thank you very much. Others, thank you so much. Let me invite you to join your groups. And I know our WSTF board will be taking key roles in a number of areas. I just wish to appreciate them so much for being here with us and ensuring that this conference goes on successful. Others, thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we break, please, let's take to our groups for an hour or so. We'll be done. Thank you. Our gala night dinner will be starting at 6:30 p.m. It will be starting at 6:30 p.m. all the way to 10 p.m. So please also factor in your evening arrangement. this is England. Cool. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let us take the next 2 minutes or so to settle in readiness for the next session. Good afternoon once more. Welcome to the convener session number 1 that is slated to run from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. We are set to have a discussion around results-based financing and blended loan facility, leveraging and de-risking private finance. So allow me at this point to welcome our main speakers. We have representation from the Cooperative Bank of Kenya. You're welcome to join us on the stage. Oh, you did project? Yes. Okay. Let's
Allow me to welcome Anthony Mulinge, the Managing Director for Fresh Life, also to join us here. Also allow me to welcome Ingwel Koy from the Rebel Group in the Netherlands. Welcome to the stage also. And finally, also allow me to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Water Sector Trust Fund, Mr. Willie Sombai. Thank you very much, everybody, for creating time to join us as we engage in a discourse to deliberate on matters resource-based financing and the opportunities that the sector has in terms of provision of commercial financing, loan facilities, and leveraging, and also have a discussion around the elements of de-risking private finance, majorly focused on enhancing access to water and sanitation services in the country. This discourse is going to be very engaging, and the main point of focus and the main point of reference will be the NAWASIP that was launched yesterday. And just as a refresher, I would want to remind the sitting that the overall NAWASIP is expected to cost around 995 billion Kenya shillings. Out of this, of course, we expect that there will be a significant investment by the government of Kenya in the form of exchequer funding to the various players within the water sector, both at the national government and also at the devolved levels. In addition to this, and of course directly relevant to the discussion this afternoon, is that we expect that the commercial banks are going to be a critical stakeholder in the realization of the ambitions that we have under NAWASIP, with the expectation that a total of around 82 billion shillings between now and 2030 will expect to be mobilized and invested in the water sector from commercial banks in the country. Again, the NAWASIP also seeks to raise a total of 313 billion shillings in the form of PPP, basically meaning that for us to realize the ambitions that we have in this plan, a total of around 400 billion shillings, nearly 40% of the total financing will come from the private sector. Now, together with us, we have representation from various actors within the water sector who are ready to engage with us and share their experiences, share the expectations, and share their strategies which will be employed to ensure that the ambitions as set out in NAWASIP are going to be realized, especially under the private sector participation in financing. For this reason, allow me join me in welcoming our first presenter, Mr. Anthony Mulinge, who is the Managing Director of Fresh Life, to take us through the first course of these discussions. Welcome, Anthony. So Anthony will be making a PowerPoint presentation, so you're welcome to pay attention.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Mulinge. I'm the Managing Director for Fresh Life. I think before I start my presentation, I'd really like to thank the Water Sector Trust Fund, together with the Ministry of Water, for putting together such a phenomenal conference, bringing together all these key stakeholders in one place, allowing us to interact and get value from it. So for a job well done, asante sana. So I'll start the presentation by just giving you a background of what has Fresh Life's status been. So we'll cover two things. What is the current situation in the country? And then where do we see ourselves as Fresh Life playing a part? So just starting as a background, what we realize is that we have a lot of people moving into the informal settlements. More than 10 million urban residents living in informal settlements. And for these particular individuals, 90% of them do not have access to safely managed waste. So the waste that is generated in these urban cities, 90% of it is unsafely managed. According to the WHO, it results in about 17,000 deaths of children and a loss of about $270 million in economic productivity. Talking to the Ministry of Water, one of the things that has come out clearly is that we have a huge financing gap in terms of meeting Kenya's sanitation targets. Currently, we need upwards of $8 billion to be able to meet the infrastructure demands for providing sanitation. And $3.4 billion of this is just for urban sanitation alone. Based on the cash policy of 2019, the results show that to be able to provide sewer sanitation in Kenya, we need about $60 per person per year to just meet the demand. Currently, the government is able to afford just under $3 per person per year, and the plan is to get to $12 $12 per person per year by 2030. So already between what we actually need and what we have, there's a huge gap. And so the question becomes, how do we use innovative financing to be able to meet this particular gap? And this is where we want to share the Fresh Life experience. So Fresh Life provides safely managed sanitation, non-seaward sanitation to people living in informal settlements, and we cover all aspects of the sanitation value chain. So we start with containment, which is providing container-based sanitation solutions, and then we provide a network of individuals that empty those toilets. We transport all that waste that is generated, and then through Regen Organics, we are able to treat that waste and convert it into usable agricultural products. So that's the value chain that we currently are working in. So in terms of what we've been able to achieve, we currently are in 4 cities. So we're in Kisumu, we're in Eldoret, we're in Nairobi, we're in Lusaka, and we've just signed an agreement to move into Mombasa later part of this year. So in those cities that we currently operate, we have upwards of 7,000 toilets where we provide safely managed sanitation access to 290,000 consumers every day. And in a year, we collect upwards of 17,000 tons of waste that is generated. But then when I talked about the current gap in terms of seaward sanitation, where we talked about $60 per person per year, our current solution for non-seaward sanitation or on-site sanitation, we're able to get to a net cost of $21 per person per year. So this is the current cost, and what I want to share is how do we then work together with innovative financing and results-based financing to be able to lower this cost so that we are able to reach a much, much larger audience. So this is the chart. So our current cost is about $23 per person per year. We're able to charge about 850 shillings for each toilet that we provide in those countries and counties. And then it leaves us a gap of about $21. Now, the $21 is currently met through grant aid. And our target, as I speak about results-based financing, is to how to lower the cost that is met through these grants to get into a position where eventually we shrink it to the extent that we make it a very sustainable project. So why do we need innovative solutions? I think the first one is accountability. When we work together with different partners in this sector, then we're able to account for what it is that we get. So we're not just receiving grants, but we're able to show what those grants or whatever funds that we raise, how they are actually being used, and there is really a mechanism that allows us to be able to give a true account of what we've done. The other one is that we all come together as sector players to have a shared vision. So when we started, we said this is the number of people we are currently impacting, which is 290,000 people. We have a target that we want to achieve in 5 years. We generate an innovative financing mechanism, and we align on what that target will be. And I'll share what the target for Fresh Life is. And then critically important to this is how do we measure these results, and how do we show that we are actually doing what we're supposed to do. So we don't give, as part of the accountability, we have very clear metrics. We're able to measure those metrics ourselves, and we're also able to get independent verifiers for the kind of results that we deliver. So for Fresh Life, this is the current blended financing solutions that we have. Number one, for grants, we have a lot of philanthropic funding that we receive from family trusts or family foundations. The second one, we are also able to get it from corporates, corporate funding through the CSR budgets. The third mechanism of financing for the toilets that we provide is through institutional funding. So people like UNICEF and USAID and those types of institutions come together to help us partner. And then we have government funding that we are able to access through our partnerships and the MOUs that we sign with water utility companies. And that's just an example of the agreement that we've signed with Kiwasco in Kisumu. But the path to really grow all of this is really results-based financing. And if you look at why do we want to achieve it? I think there are three main reasons. The first one is that whenever you come up with an initiative that you believe is really long-term, you can demonstrate proof of concept, and that you're able to scale. When you get results-based financing, then you're able to get into an agreement that is multi-year, so between 3 to 5 years, and that you're able to demonstrate as you meet each of those milestones that you're actually on the correct path. So results-based financing allows you to not have many starts and stops. You're not getting funding every 6 months or every 1 year, and then you have to go and look for funding again. You get it over a longer period of time, and that you're able to really demonstrate what you're doing, and that everybody is clear on the metrics that you want to achieve within 5 years. So we believe that results-based financing gives us access to really longer-term planning and scaling of initiatives that will have impact on individuals. The second benefit of results-based financing is that as the funding comes in, then you're able to really lower the cost. So currently, I mentioned we are at about $21 per person per year. If we double the current toilets and hold in most factors constant, we should be able to get to about $12 per person per year over the 5-year period that we are currently on this results-based financing fund. So the journey allows you to really grow and lower the unit cost of what it is that you're achieving. So that's another benefit. So it's a lower cost per person as you're able to scale. But the third, but not least of the benefits, is that it gives us a bridge to get into government contracting. We've been able to demonstrate that non-sewer sanitation works, government has seen the scale, and now they've seen the evidence of what we're trying to achieve. And when we're able to demonstrate those results through this kind of financing, then it becomes easier for us to have now much more structured engagements with the government, and gives us a bridge to be able to contract with the government. What's in it for the people that provide the financing for the results-based financing? I think the first one is value for money, because there are very clear metrics at the very start. So every fund that they release, they're able to release it only on achievement of targets. So you're not giving your money blindly, you're giving your funds because you know that they're going to achieve something, and only after you have enough proof that whatever you set out to do has already been achieved. And then the last benefit for them would be maximum accountability for the results. So there's ongoing conversation, there are many meetings, there's a lot of visits into the kind of project that you're doing to demonstrate the benefits of a sanitation solution that we have. And everybody that gets involved in this particular journey then feels accountable for what it is that we seek to achieve. So in summary, for Fresh Life, our goal is to get to 1 million urban residents within the next 5 years. And we believe that with results-based financing and the blended innovative financing solutions that we have, we will be able to achieve this goal within the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very brief but very comprehensive presentation. Now, I think the three takeaways, especially for the sector, and appreciating the ambitions that we have on 100% access to improved access to sanitation services, is the need for accountability. I think we took that, and not just at the organizational level, but also the need for accountability at the sector level. I agree with the sentiments on the need for a shared vision. We all agree that we would want to focus on the ambitions that we set out under the NAWASIP, and eventually, of course, the levels of accountability in elements of measurability for results. So, ladies and gentlemen, once more, allow me to welcome you to appreciate the presenter. Thank you very much. It is now my honor to welcome Ingwel Kui, I hope I pronounced it right, from the Rebel Group in the Netherlands to make the next presentation. Karibu.
Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you, Kenya, for organizing this wonderful conference, just like you already said, bringing all stakeholders together. Indeed, my name is Ingwel Kuil. It's an honor to be here today and give a bit of insight on the Rebel view and experience on results-based financing, blended loan facilities, and de-risking private finance. I joined Rebel 2 years ago. Rebel is a strategic financial advisory firm, and I think you can imagine what we've gone through when we incorporated the company here. A lot of questions were asked on the name Rebel, so thanks to my colleague Marcel, who sits there and founded the company, for choosing this name. Before Rebel, I worked as impact lead for Garantco. I worked as advisor to the Dutch government, but also for the World Bank and Cardano development. And my expertise is on impact management for innovative finance solutions. Yeah, when thinking back of our experience in the field of results-based finance and de-risking private finance, I came across a guide that we wrote in 2014 on RBF in the water sector in emerging markets. And when skimming through it, I thought, yeah, a lot of the lessons, the do's and don'ts, the practical examples still apply today. And there's quite a few of them that you already referred to. So, yeah, I encourage you to look back at these cases, and please come see us after the session for more information. More recently, yeah, we work as an embedded advisor for Aqua for All. I think many of you will know it, and they helped support de-risking for a lot of banks that are attending today. Another assessment we did was VGF funding assessments for a BRT project in Senegal. Considering the time, I will leave it at this very brief snapshot. Yeah, happy to discuss a little bit more after the session. So I had this beautiful picture that we're not displaying on the screen now, but when I walk to the office, my eye usually catches a bucket which is almost filled with very clean water, and it's positioned under a broken water pipe, and then the water drips, just drip by drip in this bucket. And then this clean water, it's so inspiring to see, is positioned within the Nairobi River, which is very, very filthy. So the representatives of water utilities now may think another example of non-revenue water, and the banks may think, am I gonna get my repayment on time? But for the people that are out there, you know, catching this water, it may fulfill a basic human need for survival. And I think that the point that I would like to make is that our purpose for being here is really to improve the lives of these people by designing intelligent and truly impactful financial structures, so people don't need to rely on non-revenue water sources anymore. So what do we mean by well-designed financial structures? And I would like to summarize a few pointers, and this is really based on the experiences from working with banks, de-risking providers, and at project level. So, if you, as banks or financial intermediaries, consider results-based finance or impact-linked finance, make sure to include themes as water, climate, gender into the core strategy, because you're going to need it when you really want to make a point and get these activities in the sector across. It just needs to be embedded in the core strategy of your organization. Then for the donor supporting RBF or impact-linked finance, make sure that your partners or your partner has the capacity and the competence to work with these instruments. It's not easy or straightforward, you know, and we speak different languages, but I think conferences like this help it to bridge it all and bring it all together. So when you all decide to embark on this journey, be realistic about the transaction costs involved, including time requirements. So everybody always wants to speed things up, but it is actually an exercise that does require thinking, structuring, and that costs time of the people involved. So you already mentioned it, selecting KPIs, ensure ambitious target setting. So it increases impact beyond business as usual. I think we should avoid that results-based finance, de-risking is used for things that could have happened anyway. Be specific about the finance characteristics. For banks especially, make sure that you have the collateral requirements agreed and communicated with the borrowers to avoid confusion. I have a few more, they're just very, very practical, but they really come from the work we're doing. Make sure everybody understands the aim of the facility and the use of proceeds. So we're here to improve access to wash, so drinking water sanitation, and we're not here to improve access to a car wash, for example. And sometimes when you go through a portfolio of transactions that have been supported, you see the car washes included, which can be good from a revenue perspective, but which is not the purpose of this facility. Then, when applicable, ensure compliance with taxonomies and sustainability-linked loan principles. Because if you, as a bank, at some point would like to, move into issuing a green bond, it's good if you already apply these principles and these taxonomies. Yeah, integrate KPI, data requirements in existing management information systems, procedures, because it really helps accountability and transparency of impact data, and then have that verified through independent impact verification. It's also exactly what you already mentioned. Then, one can then pay or receive payments based on the achieved or verified milestones. Then ultimately, the objective of de-risking, especially, is that the market should move away from reliance on donors and work towards understanding the real risks involved and optimal incentive setting. So especially understanding the real risks involved is going to be so useful, right? So maybe you don't need de-risking anymore, and maybe it can just be taken up. The guarantee fund I worked for, you saw initially a client needed maybe a 70% guarantee. Then the second tranche, they thought, we better understand the risk, it's a 50% guarantee that we need. And then the third one, they didn't need any guarantee at all, and they were able to attract finance from institutional investors, for example. So that is actually the pathway I think we're working towards. So lastly, I would suggest only provide or use de-risking when a project is otherwise not viable and no market alternative is available. Let me leave it here. It was very practical. Looking forward to also hearing from you. Thank you so much, and hope to connect with you after the session. Thank you.
A round of applause for Quill. Thank you very much, Quill. I think of very specific interest to the sitting this afternoon is a comment around the need for competence or adequate capacity in handling financial instruments, and especially so when you have this discussion around the resource-based financing. And I took 4 key points. I think this should be our takeaway from your presentation. One is that as water service providers and utilities involved in service provision, we need to build adequate capacity around our human resources to be able to adequately negotiate for and manage these financial instruments. Number 2 is the need for very good systems to be able to handle matters resource-based financing, and especially the complex resource-based financing instruments. And number 3 is that we need to have very efficient and effective risk management systems to adequately respond to the changing needs of the dynamism in matters management of complex banking requirements. And finally, of course, you made the point that we need to also invest a lot in accountability and transparency to gain this confidence from both the persons that we serve, because these are our clients, and most importantly also gain the confidence of our financial partners, which is the banks. So thank you very much for sharing these insights, and we really appreciate. Allow me at this point again now to welcome Pauline Nelima. Pauline Nelima is a sector lead in water and sanitation at the Cooperative Bank. And this is one of the banks that we started with as a water sector trust fund in trying to craft the instruments that would support resource-based financing within the targeted water service providers. So, Pauline, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening once again. Yeah, okay, this evening I don't want to take so much of your time. I could be the one who is standing in between your dinner and yeah, so I'll just take a little bit of this time just to take you through what we do as Cooperative Bank. So just a little bit about our presence. Cooperative Bank, currently we have 184 branches and still growing. So we have a wide presence, so to speak. And where we do not have branches, we have our agents, namely called Coop Kwajirani. Currently we have 17,000 of them. You're able to access us 24/7. Yeah, so actually we work 24/7 round the clock to serve our customers. We are also able to serve our customers digitally. So currently we have 5 million customers who are able to transact online. To add on to that, we also have diaspora banking, where currently we have 21,000 customers who are already banking with us. And a number of ATMs, numerous ATMs across the country. And also, we have also our circle front offices where we do not have the branches. Yeah, okay, so I'll talk about the interest in our wash financing. Currently we bank 75% of the water services providers in Kenya, and we have the experience. In the past, we have financed 5 out of the 9 OBA projects that were running in the last 5 years. So we have the experience, and we are confident in that. We were able to run the whole the project end to end, and I'm happy to report here that it was successful. We are also currently able to do revenue collection and payment solutions for our customers. So we have the collection accounts, and we are able to deal and sort our customers in terms of their reconciliation, so that they don't have issues now when you have their customers who are paying in, if it's a water bill. So we have that kind of solution as Cooperative Bank. In wash financing, we've not been able to work alone. We have partners who have been assisting us to achieve this. So we have the international development partners, for example, Aqua for All, who have helped us in de-risking, and the water.org in de-risking our transactions. We also have IFC, who have also been able to give us advice in terms of the consultation. We've had IFC, we have JICA, just to name but a few. So just to take you through, you can see on the screen, there's a diagram showing how we were able to achieve the output-based financing. Just to take you through, maybe I'll just put it in layman's language. So what happened? So at the onset, there was the grant money. So there was the grant agreement between World Bank and the Water Sector Trust Fund. So there was, there was an agreement between the World Bank and the Water Sector Trust Fund. And then between the Water Sector Trust Fund and the water service provider, the Water Sector Trust Fund now came in to support the water service provider in terms of making them bankable, in terms of the feasibility, to do feasibility studies, and just to make it bankable, to make them bankable so that they're able to approach a bank for a facility. So once that was achieved, this support between the Water Sector Trust Fund and the water service provider, the water service provider was able to now approach a commercial lender for a facility. So this water service provider, when they approach now, like the approachers, the appraisal is done normally. It's just like any other client. They are bankable. So we look at their financials. We look at the historical, how have they performed in the past, and do they have that, do they have the experience? Have they done it in the past? So we look at all that, and then now the customer is advanced with the facility, 100%. 100%, let's say, for example, if they needed 50 million shillings, then we would advance this customer with the 15 million shillings. Then they would go ahead now to implement now the project and service delivery. So let's say if it's the piping, they would go ahead and do piping and do the connections and all that. So from there now, after the connections, now we have the new monies. We have the new monies. The customer, our customer WSP will be able now to charge the customers for the connection fees, and you have the monthly bills, so they're able now to earn revenue. You note here that now we have the new monies from now the piping, the last miles, and all that. So from this, now the Water Sector Trust Fund would now do some sort of verification now on the project that has already been done. So, what happened is that it was happening in tranches, so in milestones. So for example, if the customer now has approached the bank and they've been given an offer, a facility, so just at the onset, where they're able to set the ground rolling, then they would be advanced with the 10% subsidy. So it would go on and on until now this particular water service provider is reimbursed, so to speak, 60% of the loan amount. So they are left now servicing the 40% of that particular loan. So we've seen it working. It has worked, and as we speak, out of the 5, 4 of these water service providers, they've been able to repay the facilities. They were able to repay it in good time. And their revenues, I must admit, their revenues increased within a very short period of time. Next. So maybe just to speak a little bit about the challenges that we've experienced. Now, having this experience as a lender in this wash sector, we've had inadequate funding. Like in the past, okay, like currently, right now we have AOD, aid on delivery, that is ongoing. We've had people have had interest and people are approaching the bank. And during that time, it was a bit, there was inadequate funding. So it was, no one was sure that this would work. So it was just like a tryout. People were trying out. And so just a few people, a few of the WSPs were earmarked so that to be able to run with this financing, just to try it out. So it was a bit inadequate. We had people who really wanted within the various WSPs that we are currently banking, but only a few were able to access this financing. There was also delays in program rollout, leading to changes in priorities. So you can imagine from the onset, like it's a whole process. So we have to do, like there's a feasibility study which has to be conducted. It has to be done. We have to look at the viability of this project. And there are so many other things that have to, it has to pass that test before finally this customer qualifies now to approach a bank and now get a facility and now to be able to implement their project. So it's a whole process. So the challenge here was that some projects were overtaken by events. They would be overtaken by events because it would take so long, like 2-3 years before we have everything, the documentation in place. There's also the challenge of microeconomic factors, interest rates. I'm sure, okay, like the banking sector, all of you, right now you've experienced the way the rates have been changing. Within a short span of 4 months, we have the rate has changed like 3-4 times. Yeah, so that's also an issue. So you can imagine if we were financing this particular water service provider and we had done projections, we had looked at their tariffs and the monies that we're expecting to get out of this project. So if the interest rates were to change in between there, then it would affect the margins. The margins would be small, so it would become very difficult for them to be able to service these particular facilities. There's also the issue of quantifying behavioral and cultural impact. Okay, let's say you have financed, like there's someone who mentioned in a session we had in the morning, you could be having piped water just next in a community. You have a piped water just 10 meters away, but you have the villagers, they prefer still to go to the village. So it's hard to quantify that now there's development in this particular area. Yes, we could have the piping and the metering, and we do all this, but putting pen to paper, quantifying the achievements becomes a bit difficult. There's also the dependency syndrome. With time, okay, like the WSPs that we have financed, the other projects that they've done, I think most of them rely on this, like very few of them have gone ahead to initiate other projects that are not financed. They're not like the hybrid, the output-based financing, like just stand on their own and say, approach a bank and say that, okay, we need this facility so that you're able to do this. And mark you, the revenues have increased. So we have that kind of dependency syndrome. So we rely most on, the funding that we get from the donor. Yeah, so just to summarize, I think there's a future. There's a future in the output, the blended wash financing, so to speak. Okay, because if we go this way, if we do the blended financing, there's discipline, and someone mentioned there's the private sector that comes in to give in their expertise. You give your expertise and how the financing should be done. Then we have the donors who come in. Then there's, it's quite promising and attractive in terms of now we'll have more people and more donors coming out. to give funding, and water being an essential commodity. There's also increase in innovativeness as global awareness of water-related challenges continue to grow. Yeah, so in terms of now, like in the morning, we were talking about the PPPs. So more people are coming out with ideas on how there's now more interest, and now the wash sector is on the spot, and so to speak, we are able to address the issues in this sector. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Pauline, for sharing your experiences, especially on, financing the water sector. When you began engaging with the cooperative bank, the water sector was considered to be a high-risk venture. I even remember at some point meeting with the leadership of the bank and discussing the risk profile even of the WSTF, even having committed that will be providing the subsidy. So true, we have come a long way, and as you have indicated, the future is promising, and the prospects of both blended financing as well as pure commercial financing for the water sector is very promising. Again, I want to agree with you, and of course borrowing from the previous speaker, Ingwell, on the need for the progressive development and growth of our utilities towards financial stability and the ability to borrow from the commercial banks based on pure creditworthiness and not just based on blended financing and support through donor funding. So at this point, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome my colleague, our team leader and the Chief Executive Officer of the Water Sector Trust Fund, to take us through and share his experiences on having been in the fund for quite some time, share his experiences on results-based financing, and of course also on elements blend and loan facility, as well as leveraging and de-risking private finance in the water sector. So, Banasio, you're welcome to make the presentation.
Thank you very much, Kega, and I want to thank you again, the audience and participants who have stuck with us. It's really encouraging to see that we are almost approaching 6, and all of us are still here to listen to these presentations. Really, in our last session, we talked quite a bit about this. So I'll just be ticking the box somehow, because a bit of this you have heard, and also the presentation from Coop Bank has demonstrated in advance what we want to do. So maybe I'll only check or present a few critical things which perhaps might have not been covered in the earlier sessions or by my fellow presenters. But first of all, Kenya has made significant steps or strides in terms of development, and we know that we are a lower middle income country, and that comes with either positive or negative consequences to the extent that we can't still thrive in the grant financing, which we have also been told its broad drawbacks. So we have to be in this result financing and blended financing, result-based financing, so that at least we are sure that there is sustainability and continuity in the initiatives that we are doing. So a bit of it, just for the purposes of grounding all of us to know much more about Water Sector Trust Fund, and this goes by the Act, Water Act 2016, You see at level 1, we are doing conditional and conditional grants to counties. And also in the second level to assist in financing of development of water services to marginalized and underserved areas. But in the eyes of those who have analyzed the Act, we are being told and being made aware that we can fund an array of entities, but principally the counties perhaps get the priorities. And that is why in most of the examples which have been cited, they are coming from the water companies which are owned by the counties. So you can see the specific areas where we are supposed to finance in water, sustainable management of water resources, development of water services in rural areas that are considered not to be commercially viable, and also development of water services in underserved, poor urban areas. And lastly, one of the new mandates that we got in the Water Act 2016 was support or financing of research in the areas of water resource management, sanitation, and water supply. So, coming down to the discussion that we have for today, and principally, as I had said earlier for those who are here, the main mandate of the sector, Water Sector Trust Fund, is to mobilize resources. And we are more targeted towards innovative financing and sustainable financing. So we mobilize and manage funds, we do on lending, and also opportunities for establishment of subsidiary funds is there, and also development of incentive programs, especially underwater resources. Maybe just to augment or complement what has been presented is that under result-based financing or blended, the examples that we have are basically 4 that we have done. I think 2 are ongoing, and the past ones, not even 2. I would say output-based aid, which had a subsidy of 60%, is done, and we have the results. Phase 1 of aid on delivery, which has been financed by the German Development Corporation, our bank, has had a subsidy at 40%. There is a new one which we are pursuing. I think this was also mentioned. Then we have performance-based contracting, which is being undertaken by 5 water companies within the Republic for mostly non-revenue water reduction. And then lastly, we have conditional liquidity support grant 2, which is targeting around 31 water companies having undergone the previous assessments and met the conditions. And the key thing, especially for the first 2 and this other one, is also a leveraging of the funds from commercial banks. So at the beginning, we have this little or this amount of money which we then use to get or attract more resources from the commercial banks, and we are happy that most of the commercial banks are working with us. So for OBA, there are some metrics that perhaps you'd be interested in to know in terms of the scope of the OBA subsidy was 818 Kenya shillings. The TA funding, which was almost 10% of the project cost, was at around 66.96%. The TA funding, as we said, is very important in terms of realizing and achieving the bankability. And then the kind of projects financed, and here we will give specifics: water projects and sanitation projects. Under water projects, we had Kisumu Water, Kisumu Kiwasco, which benefited around 124 million project, Nol Turesh, 101, Madira, 117, Naivasha, 106 million, Muranga 2, or Muranga South 2, because there was a phase 1, 95 million, Muranga Town, 37 million, that was the first phase, both phase 2 and phase 1 have been given. Then for sanitation projects, we had Embu and Nyeri. Embu had 499 million, being the biggest project, I think, so far that WSTF has ever funded, and Nyeri at 266. I believe if you log on to our website, you can see some of these photos and the reports. The participating bank, I think, as mentioned, Cooperative Bank had the biggest or largest portfolio, 994 million, having financed, I think, if I remember notably, Embu, Nyeri, and Kisumu. I think those are the ones I can remember offhand. So you can see those were also very big and significant projects. And then, so the breakdown is given as such, but the most important thing is the impact, because whenever we undertake this, or support these projects, is with the idea that Kenyans should benefit finally. So we have no default. It's good to note that there has been no default, and the beneficiaries targeted were around 120,500, but we surpassed that target to 124,763. That is with the breakdown of 40,355 people reached with sanitation, and 84,408 people reached with water. So again, for AOD, second call, this is, maybe let me start with AOD first call. This was implemented by Embu Water. The project cost was 107 million with a loan from Housing Finance. Then on revenue water reduction, we can see the impact that it has had. And then 6,000 households water connections were done, courtesy to this project. And we had a subsidy of 40%, that was 42.8 million, and this was also paid almost immediately by the company. In terms of the second call, we have it with the KfW, and it pays around 50% subsidy, and we have 7 number projects under implementation. And I want to admit that one of the challenges we have is that the banks are ready, the challenge, the problem is huge, but now we are limited by resources which is available to undertake some of these projects. I think I'll just quickly talk about de-risking measures. They are as highlighted. Escrow account. Maybe for a better understanding is that water companies in this case agreed to establish escrow accounts where they will be making daily payments automated from the revenue accounts or the collection accounts. And what this does is that it gives comfort. We have had experiences with some of the water companies continuing with this as an investment scheme to undertake development, serious development projects or capital projects at the companies. I also talked about the interim payment certificates as a way of making sure that the loan is done on a drawdown, and this also reduces the rate of interest or the amount of interest which is then charged on the loan, because you only draw down what you need, and that is what we pay for in terms of cost of financing. Grace period, credit guarantees are also some of the ways. The subsidy in itself is a big de-risking measure, because at the end of the day you only pay for a portion of the loan. Tariff adjustments through consultation with WASREB, and also the comfort from the counties through their endorsement that this is something that the county is able to support, and that perhaps in the most unlikely event that the company is not able to pay, then it's more like a guarantee. So I would want to bring ourselves close to this. A lot of this has been discussed by my colleagues and fellow presenters. Mine is to thank you so much for being here, for being able to listen, and for the partnership. Asante sana.
A round of applause once more for the CEO of the Water Fund. Thank you, CEO, for putting together such a beautiful presentation, and also for putting together such a beautiful session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take note and appreciate the success in the results-based financing models that have been applied in the country, and specifically in the water sector. Of course, we appreciate, and this is in line with the comments that Ingwe made on the need for progressive enhancement of the levels of commercial loans that the water service providers get to access from the banks or other commercial lenders. We note that from the onset, the OBA was granting these subsidies at around 60%. We've seen the progressive realization of the ambition to reduce this, and now the AOD is providing these subsidies at around 40%. And under the PPEC model, again, you have been advised that the financing available to the utilities is going to be based on viability gap assessment, basically based on the need for each of these utilities in addressing the challenges of non-revenue water. So once more, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, may I request that we all put our hands together to appreciate the panel for having made very beautiful presentations. And I'm pleased once more to welcome my friend, Bwana Nganga Mbage. I don't know if he's still around. Oh, okay. He's here. You know, I'd actually seen him on the other side. So thank you very much, and we proceed to the next stage, where we deep dive into the discussions around commercial-based financing and resource-based financing, and the blended loan facility. Once more, it's been a pleasure hosting all of you. My name is Isaac Kega Modoni. I work with the Water Sector Trust Fund as the General Manager, Investments and Programs. It's been a pleasure, and thank you very much.
Good evening, all. I can see you need your dinner. Good evening. Good to see you all. So this will be the final session for today. The focus for this session will be on results-based financing in the context of the blended finance initiatives that we have been discussing here today. We have a very distinguished panel who I'd like to call up now to the front, starting with Ruth Nganga, who is a General Manager for Development at the Water Sector Trust Fund. I'd also like to invite Mr. Thomas Nyangao, who's a Manager for Commercial Financing, also based at the Water Sector Trust Fund, followed by Jairus Thomas from USAID. Jairus, please also make your way to the front. The representative as well from Family Bank can also kindly make their way to the front. The representative from Equity Bank can also make their way to the front. The Managing Director, Embu Water and Sanitation Company, kindly as well join us at the front. And then lastly, Polycarp Ngoje from USAID as well. Thank you. Fantastic. I think we can kick off. Perhaps we can start from the far left-hand side, and I'll just have my panelists in 30 seconds introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about you, what organization you represent, and then just hand off to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Polycarp Ngoje. I work for Western Kenya Water Project. It's a USAID funded project. I'm the WASH financing and private sector engagement lead of the project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Jeru. I work with the Embu Water and Sanitation Company, WASCO, as the managing director. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jairus Thomas. I'm a financial engineer and economist, and I am the global finance specialist on the USAID WASHFIN 2 team. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Engineer Thomas Nyangao. I work with the Water Sector Trust Fund as a manager for commercial financing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I'm Ruth Nganga, the General Manager for Fund Development at the Water Sector Trust Fund. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shadrach Odhiambo, the Relationship Manager in charge of WASH Sector Family Bank.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. I think let's jump straight into it, and we'll start with a question to the USAID team. I think I can address this very first one to Jairus. Strengthening sector institutions for sustainable financing, your program, WASHFIN 2, as well as a Western Kenya project, both aim to strengthen sector institutions and water service providers as well. Jairus, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about how USAID is working with local commercial financing institutions and service providers to build their capacity for sustainable financing, especially in the context of blended finance.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for sticking around. I acknowledge that it's late, but hopefully this panel discussion is worth your while. I'm sure it will be. So thank you for that question. I think it's important to firstly acknowledge the strides that the water sector has made in terms of just overall progression in accessing financing over the past 20 years. And this has started with the Water Sector Act in 2002 that formalized and autonomized water utilities to enable them to ring-fence revenues for OPEX as well as CAPEX, and then created an independent regulator. And many of the success stories you hear today on blended financing really stem from that, as well as the 2016 Water Act and then the proposed amendments that aim to leverage more private financing. So that's a big tick. In terms of what USAID's WASHFIN 2 does. We're a technical assistance program that provides a suite of technical assistance capacity building options. And we approach this really from a bottom-up perspective. So looking really at the granular, finer detail of the market. So when it comes to blended financing, it's really a micro demand-driven assessment and lens that we approach this from. I just want to quickly mention or state a definition in terms of blended financing. I know we're all well aware of it. It's a combination of concessional financing, commercial financing that de-risks the investment and catalyzes ultimately more investment in totality. Now, there's innovation in financing in the WASH sector, and things like green bonds and social impact bonds, carbon financing all spring to mind. But what exactly is innovative blended financing? Based on the granular assessment that we undertake, innovative blended financing is really trying to understand the specific need of the borrower. So aligning the financing tranche, that means the interest rate, the loan tenor, as well as other conditions, to the specific borrower's cash flow profile. And we're dealing with the WASH sector, but the WASH sector has subsectors, and it's water and sanitation that must be viewed and assessed individually, and that's what WASHFIN 2 does. So we've got a team of financial experts as well as engineers that really apply assiduous methods to understanding the market. And we've used these tools to support the Water Sector Trust Fund in developing the blended revolving financing facility that we've been speaking about. And again, that stems from an understanding of what the market requires in terms of borrowers, but also then understanding banks' perspectives and viewpoints on what de-risking mechanisms are required or credit enhancements are required. So that's a summary of how we go about approaching the problem and looking at very innovative blended finance techniques. Just quickly to give you a quick backdrop on the blended financing facility, and I'm sure Ruth will touch more upon this, but we believe that this addresses a critically unmet demand in the market, that being B to BB rated WSPs, which constitute about 87% of total WSPs as per WASREB's Impact 15 assessment. And so what that means is that's about 56 WSPs that are not theoretically creditworthy. And as such, banks require major credit risk provisions, and it ultimately precludes lending. So the facility will aim to support these entities, disperse financing for performance improvement projects such as non-revenue water improvement, solarization, network expansion, other things that immediately generate revenue. We estimate that with around a $27 million initial capitalization, and again, repayment and rechanneling of blended finance funds, the facility will catalyze approximately $140 million over a 10-year evaluation period. That's around 20 billion Kenyan shillings, and that equates to around 25% of the total commercial financing requirement under now a SIP. So it's quite substantial. I'm going to stop there because I know Ruth probably has more to add on that, but that just gives you a flavor for our lens on blended financing from a commercial financing perspective, as well as then the utilities. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Jairus. I think that really has set the scene for a welcome discussion around how can we continue to innovate in the water sector to ensure that we are consistently moving the dial in terms of water and sanitation coverage. The next question I would like to direct to the representative from Family Bank, Shadrach. Recognizing what we have heard about the need to de-risk facilities and ensure that from a credit risk perspective, commercial banks have sufficient comfort as to the credit of the utility. In the pursuit of financing bankable water and sanitation projects, how do you envision leveraging blended finance to enhance risk mitigation? And what strategies are lenders looking at today to attract private investment while ensuring favorable risk-adjusted returns?
Thank you so much. Again, thank you for the question. I think one of the challenges facing the sector is in terms of collateral. And collateral is a big issue, as you have mentioned before, and the introduction of some of the blended financing has brought comfort to these water utilities in such a way that nowadays commercial banks are running to finance this sector. Also, as a bank, one way of de-risking this sector is working with partners, and as a bank, we have developed MOUs with several partners, such as Aquafall, to de-risk this sector in terms of giving the credit guarantees, so that to give comfort for the bank to lend to the sector. Because one of the key challenges that we look at is the de-risking factor, and how can the bank leverage on that. And on the risk mitigation, before the bank lend to this sector, there are quite a number of perspectives we look at in terms of before we de-risk. We find that we ensure that the risk factors are concerned, and some of the factors that we look at is the financial credibility of the person or the borrower in the water sector. Is your financial credibility well aligned with the sector, or is it, because we rely on the financial to pay. And one of the other things that we look at to mitigate risk is what is the creditworthiness of the borrower. And when we don't oversize of the creditworthiness of the borrower, we may not end up getting where our money is. And another de-risking mechanism is we look at is the past records. What's your previous, have you ever implement such kind of project? What was the outcome? What was the result? Are you able to implement it? What new strategy have you put in place? So those are some of the things. And we also looked at the governance is a very key issue in the lending, and we cannot overemphasize that. And transparency governance is very key, and we as a bank, we look at the transparency governance. Then also some of the project, we look at the qualification of the project team, that the people want to undertake the project. What is their qualification? So that we don't finance a project that it is being implemented by unqualified people. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Shadrach. I think that's a wonderful segue for us to put the next question to Ruth from WSTF. We've heard from Jairus how there's a loan facility that has been conceptualized by WSTF. Tell us a little bit about this loan facility. Is it in the conceptual phase? Is it how advanced is it? When can we expect as utilities and willing borrowers to be able to benefit from this facility? And specifically, maybe you can also touch on the collateral issue that Shadrach has just raised. How can this blended finance facility underpin additional access to credit for the WSPs and assuage them and give credit comfort on the collateral issue that we know has been a long burning issue in the sector?
Yeah, thank you so much, Nganga. So this facility is, I don't know how to put it. You know, we said we've done 2 programs under the resort-based financing where we subsidized funds that utilities were able to receive from the commercial banks as pre-financing for projects, and we subsidized that. And we also mentioned that most of the utilities have paid back, and even those who have not are continuing and they have not defaulted. So we see this as a logical continuation of that. And therefore, on the ground, the Water Sector Trust Fund is moving on. We tend to be a very practical institution. We are not very we are not very theoretical, but we love the theory of water and sanitation, but we are also very practical. So because we've already done this on the ground, and the model of the loan facility, and Shadrach from Family Bank is here, and they've already implemented some of our projects on resort-based financing. The model is not that different. The only difference here, and I know Jairus will give you the other subtle differences, but the main one is that here the portion from the Water Sector Trust Fund is also repaid back. And because it is the banks that basically have the regulatory framework for lending and collecting, that is also really good for us, because the banks, as they collect back their loan, they also collect back the loan that belongs to the Water Sector Trust Fund. But with one crucial difference: the financing from the Water Sector Trust Fund is public funds and therefore very concessional. In the model that Jairus is presenting, and that is something that we've worked on together. I think it's like we work in the same institution now, even when we are apart. The loan, the concession is seen to be not more than 2% at any given time, the financing from the Water Sector Trust Fund. Of course, banks will want to make their profit, and that's okay. So we provide that concession is still part of the de-risking, and therefore combined the matching funds in simple terms, 50-50 matching, 50% being from the Water Sector Trust Fund and 50% being from the banks. The matching then has the effect of lowering the overall interest to the water utility. And in the model, we foresee that that percentage overall, by the time the utility gets the loan financing, it would not be more than 10%. And these are discussions that we keep having with our banks also, how to continue de-risking this also for our utilities. And also, like was mentioned earlier, and as Shadrach would also mention, the utilities also have the opportunity to negotiate this interest as well with the banks, so that they can get the best advantage of that. So, Nganga, the point I'm making is that the trust fund is already in the process of implementing the loan facility. We have at least one program where we have a model where utilities will be able to pay back some of the financing, if not all of it. And in that model, even though the banks are not blending, but they are collecting back whatever financing there might be under that program. And we foresee that in the near future, we will be able to implement the first proper blended financing program, which I cannot talk about right now because that is still in the kitchen, but you'll get to know about it when it is done. So what we are doing with USAID, specifically WashFin 2, is to put the analysis into it and get the real data into it, and get those percentages that I just talked about, and see how do we capitalize this, what is the interest of this, what is the outcome of this, because ultimately it's about coverage. We can talk about financing, we can talk about bankability, but ultimately the goal is that everybody gets adequate and safe water and sanitation. It's really about the Sustainable Development Goals. So it's about sustainable financing to meet the need that is there for our fellow Kenyans. And in keeping to the theme of this conference, it is about accelerating investments to sustainable access to water and sanitation. So I think I leave it there, Nganga, for the rest of the panel, but that is really where we are with the loan financing. We have the practicals, but now we also have the theory of it. And Nganga, at one point you were involved in the theory of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Yeah.
I think that's a really powerful statement. I'd really like to associate myself with one statement that Ruth said, which is proper blended finance. If you were here at the earlier session, there was a gentleman called Dominic who articulated over and over that grant financing is no longer there. So the more we associate ourselves with principles of sustainable finance, the more we look for partnerships like what WSTF and the commercial banks are continuing to cultivate, the more we are able to move the dial in terms of sector financing. Thank you very much for that, Ruth. Over to the WSP, James from Embu Water. We have heard of all these great products that people are thinking about cooking. We're hearing there are some in the oven, they're about to come out. How do we incentivize you to be able to access these products what are utilities looking for in terms of capacity building, in terms of assistance to make investment decisions? What else can we do at this point to ensure that utilities are able to access these credits that are now coming to market?
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll start by saying that already WSTF has been making quite good steps in trying to encourage or even equip the WSPs to be ready to uptake the financing. That's the blended financing. And I think so far we have seen a lot of training and workshops, and many of the participating WSPs so far, I think where we are, they understand the process and they understand their role in the whole of this process. And yeah, one of the incentives I think is by getting the WSPs to understand about the whole issue of the arrangement that is there, for example, in terms of subsidies, because that one I think is a great incentive, bearing in mind that it makes or it encourages the WSP to be able to focus to meet the targets. And once the process has been well elaborated and they have been able to understand how to go about it, I think any participating WSP will be ready to uptake the financing. So far, I can say as Water, we are ready to walk the journey, and we have been, I think, well equipped. And maybe what remains is now, I mean, getting us to signing the dotted line so that we can kickstart the processes of acquiring the financing.
Thank you very much, James. Embu Water has been a star of the water sector. They are one of the utilities who benefited from the output-based aid program in partnership with COP Bank, I believe, and WSTF. They're also one of the few who have borrowed off the strength of their own balance sheet and fully repaid that loan. So continue being the star that you are, Embu Water. Over to Western Kenya. Tell us a little bit, Polycarp, about how are you integrating blended finance theories and initiatives in the course of implementing your mandate, focusing on county-wide sustained service delivery. What blended finance interventions are you making there, and how can we scale this up over the coming years?
Yeah, thank you. Again, yeah, so in the Western Kenya Water Project, we target the urban water and rural water with the kind of support that we give. And one of our mandates is to look at a way to design products that can create opportunity for commercial financing as well, for those utilities that you are working with. I think from the previous discussions, what we are learning is that Kenya as a country, we all agree that many people from yesterday were saying our Constitution 2010 have enabled this and that. So that creates a very good environment for us to have developed a lot of products compared to the region. And a lot of case studies have come from Kenya, especially on the aspect of commercial financing. It's as a result of we have a head start with a good constitution. So it gives us room for innovation. It has given us room for people to think and coming up with different products, which of course, in all that space on what has happened in the last 10 years, there is no policy framework that has changed regulation, but in terms of what we have. The question we ask ourselves, as we exploited it fully, I think the answer is no. And that's why the new developments coming in. We are looking at a blended loan program that now Water Sector Trust Fund is coming up. And I think those are all very good things that are happening. So for our project, one of the products we have is that we have a solution fund. It's not a grant per se, but a solution fund in the sense that for every little money that we want to get out there, it needs to multiply itself. So we don't just give out grants. So as a result of that, we are looking for mechanisms to make sure that as you work with the water service provider, both rural and urban, what mechanism do we need to put in place to make them ready for commercial financing and for also investment? So what you do, number one, we are strengthening governance frameworks and institutional arrangement to make sure that happens. When Shadrach mentioned about what are the things they consider as commercial bank to lend, it's not about de-risking alone. They also look at whoever is going to apply for this fund, are they investor ready from the governance perspective to looking at their process systems, is it ready? How are their records, management and ownership, what are the systems, how do they collect the revenue on that? So we put a lot of technical support to make sure that the governance is right, but also the process systems are in place to make sure that if you put in money, how much are they collecting? We are doing a lot of automation to look at ways they can understand where the money goes to, dealing with the non-revenue water aspect, but also service delivery models that we need to put in place to make other investors ready to get in that space. And because if the governance is not right, other aspects not there. Number two, as you do that, we combine this with the possibility of commercial financing instrument. One, blended finance. We are trying to look at giving the credit guarantee, work with some of the commercial banks who are in the room today to give them an opportunity to get in there. But as we couple that with the possibility of technical assistance, we expect that whatever they collect is going to balloon, increase so that they can be able to basically repay back the loans that they're given on that basis. So we're not only trying to look at crowding in private sector to get in, but we're also looking at working on terms of strengthening their processes, automation, and also having governance in place. And I think essentially what that does is we are looking at a systemic change going forward. Number two, as implementing partners of USAID, I think USAID is very keen to look at how we need to think about working together as a team. And instead of different pieces, fragmented pockets running different levels, we are looking at how we can combine our efforts to come up with a bigger pool that can have a greater impact. And I'm happy that Water Sector Trust Fund has been on the forefront to bring different players together to look at what do we need to put in place. Instead of having different pieces together, I think they've been championing that role to make sure that happens. And we are also on that table to look at running that. So blended finance and revenue-based financing, some of the instruments we're also putting in place. We are also looking at revolving funds that we want to look at the rural sector to look at how they can also do maintenance. Because one thing we've learned, a lot of money goes in the infrastructure investment. So when we talk to the county government, Migori County, Kakamega, Homa Bay, they told us we don't need to put in more projects. We need, what are the ways we can sustain the existing ones? Because everybody rushes to set them up, but there are no systems and processes to have that. And that's part of the projects that we are focusing on, so that we must want to make them viable, possibility of having private sector also engaged. Probably they can be publicly owned, but privately managed. Without proper governance structure, that may not work. So we're looking at all the different pockets of pieces to look at what works. And I think we've started seeing results of that. And we'll be keen to tap into other products that commercial banks has as well to bring in that space. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Polycarp. I think Polycarp has raised some very salient points around governance and institutional arrangements. Strengthening that base always assists with the commercial case as well. When the WSP or the utility is in conversation and dialogue with their lender, the commercial bank, around a potential lending facility. Perhaps that's a really good place to segue to Thomas to tell us a little bit about the success story of OBA. What are the ingredients for those utilities? What set them apart? What are the success factors that other utilities should subscribe to? We've heard from Polycarp that governance and institutional strengthening is critical, but beyond that realm, what are the other success factors that the likes of Shadrach should be looking for when they're having conversations with WSPs?
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I support my colleague panelists, and I'll be mainly centered to discuss what are the success factors that led to OBA really being a successful case. It was a pioneer project. It did take time to take off, but when you look at the numbers and the level of funding, it was able now to attract into the entire program at 1.4 billion, with also the number of the commercial banks currently we have, who have interest now in this area. I can say that in addition to an aspect of governance, that as we have discussed that from yesterday, there is an area of the institutional technical capacity that now has to really encompass who are these. Do they understand this project? And also from the bank, they have said they need the skill set that is very right to implement this. For commercial financing to be really intensified and picked up by the WSPs, we look at the capacity to be able to define these projects, identify them, and prepare them. That's a very key ingredient into this. And in that, as a trust fund, we have been able to identify this area, and we usually, when we are developing programs, we embed a technical assistance to be able to reduce the long time in preparation of this project, so that at least the project is prepared well in time, so that it can be able to attract the funding from the commercial bank, so that we go into implementation for the utilities to be able to reach the set targets and outcomes. The critical factor again is the need for the utilities to enhance technology and systems. For a result-based financing of projects to take over well, there is need for the utilities and all those interested to have the right data, because when you're looking at the definition of the specific outputs and outcomes especially, will be based on the right information. So you can start developing a project, but if you're looking at the designing it, that one you can do a design, that's an engineering design. But is it based on the right data to show what is expected, define outputs that now will go into the contract to convince both the lender and also the trust fund and our development partners that there is a case here that will give us the right results. There is an issue that I think my CEO talked about it. When you look at OBA, there was quite a number of approaches that were embedded in the program to lower the risk, to de-risk that program, especially on equity that the companies put in, and also the implementation mechanisms of having the bank to pay the interim payment certificates gradually as the project is implemented. That means that there is the right financing management in that project. And also, I'll not like to emphasize on the escrow account. We have seen that the escrow account is a bedrock of success in the commercial financing. We have that from OBA. It worked very well. And we also looked at the AOD IMPU, the first, it has worked. And currently now, as we are going to roll out the 7 projects under AOD second call, is the necessity of the WSPs to establish an escrow account, and once they're given the funds, they start contributing that. The portion of the escrow account, this one increases the security, it also lowers the risks of the financing. And also, there's another program we're running, we're calling the Conditional Liquidity Grant. In this, with the funding from the World Bank and the Government of Kenya, we are going to have a conditional grant that will be payable if the utilities are not going to attain the preset performance targets. But again, that grant will be, on the other side, it will be converted into non-repayable if the utilities are going to obtain. What are the securities we have? We look at that at the end of the implementation, you're focusing a 12 months implementation. So we are now requiring the utilities to have the daily contribution in the escrow account. Our estimate is that should they finish implementation of the program in 12 months, we will have a 20% of that financing that already will have been reserved in the bank. And then when you do analysis on the performance that has been reached, you realize that this is a good safety net for both the government and the confidence to our development partners that we are also trying not to give out the funds, but there are embedded mechanisms that are not punitive, that are also trying to have the risks well managed. I will stop there, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think those points around governance, strengthening financial management and planning, and technical capacity are very valid in the context of project preparation and ensuring that the utilities are adequately equipped to have a progressive conversation with a potential lender. I'd like to go back to Jairus. We've now heard that the sector is more or less prepared and is ready for commercial financing. But we also know that there's significant competition from concessional financiers with commercial financiers in the context that investment decision making is delayed at the utility level because, as James very well articulated from Embu, he's waiting for subsidies. So how do we ensure that those utilities that can borrow off the strength of their own balance sheet are primed to do that and are promoted to do that? And secondly, how do we ensure that from a sector financing perspective, we ensure that there's a national outlook from a financing perspective, that development partners and concessional financiers will not compete with Shadrach when he's going there to sell his loan at 13%, and then they come and tell James the next day it's 2%. Over to you.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I think it goes back into segmenting and triaging really the financing needs amongst the different, what we call in the financial parlance, obligors or borrowers, in this case utilities, and how we ensure that development financing or public financing alongside commercial financing has the most impact is on really project preparation support and understanding the need of the borrower. So I think, OBA proved to be successful and these loans were repaid. But ultimately transitioning away from a subsidized model requires really, assiduous and focused levels of project preparation support. And that means, again, looking at the subset of utilities that can access commercial financing. And in fact, there's only 2 WSPs that have credit ratings of AA, meaning that they are lower risk of default. So by virtue of knowing that and by virtue of the assessment that exists through WASH assessments and that cross-checks again with banks' internal assessments, I think already we have a rubric to determine which utilities fit the mold in terms of requiring concessional financing. So, I mean, that's a utility level approach. Now, you then deep dive that into a project level approach. And the reason I bring this up is because, sanitation projects, if you look at the underlying cash flow requirements, or you look at the upfront capital and then the operations and maintenance required, actually it's almost at times one-to-one. So if you look at container-based sanitation, all the way from installing container-based sanitation units to reuse, it requires large amounts of operating cost coverage. So, and I think this is another key point, is that we speak of blended financing, and it's really repayable financing. In many ways, it has a component of repayable financing, shifting away from grants. But on the back end of this is a project that needs to earn revenues and repay this financing. So again, I use the context of a sanitation project that requires one-to-one support. And if the tariffs, transfers, and taxes are insufficient because of affordability constraints on the side of customers and fiscal limitations, then we have to look at that project in isolation. And it may indeed require some grant financing because the economic CBA assessment outweighs really the negative financial outcome. So it's not commercially viable, but it has tremendous economic impact, and let's focus on that. So it's those two levels of understanding those WSPs that fit within certain criteria and that have evidenced track records of paying back loans, be it OBA loans or others, and those that have not and that do require support. And I think it needs to be captured in a repository that's publicly available and accepted and most importantly regulated. Again, WASREB does this to some degree. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jairus. I'm still waiting for the answer, though, on how we're going to discipline our development partners, but that's a story for another day. I'd like to bring it back home to Ruth, potentially as our closing question as well. We have all heard today of the amazing work, and we have witnessed, actually, in practical terms, the amazing work that WSTF has done in the past and continues to do even today through programs such as OBA and today in delivery of AOD. Ruth, how do we scale this up? How do we take this to the next level? What capacity and support does WSTF need today? Be it resource mobilization, be it human resource capacity building. What do we need to do to ensure that WSTF is fully equipped to continue doing the very strong work that they are doing today?
Yeah, thank you, Ganga. So when the CEO was presenting, he did mention that sometimes, the banks are ready, but the blending portion isn't there, or the subsidy portion isn't there. So we are looking for more partnerships on providing the public or the concession side of the financing, because the commercial banks, to be honest, for our purposes, have almost unlimited supplies of funds. When we had the stakeholders forum with commercial banks to discuss this loan financing model, I still remember a comment from one of the banks, and I think they said, Shadrach, you're here, I think you said you've got like 100 billion that you're ready to blend for the water sector. So if we could get the 100 billion from the commercial banks and blend with 100 billion from concession, that's already on our way to more than, about 30% of the gap, the financing gap in NAWASIP. And at the moment, the NAWASIP actually just asks for 82 billion from commercial banks. So we can bring more concessions. So Nganga, it may not even be necessarily a competition between concession and commercial. It could probably just be that we continue to cooperate and blend the two, because that's also more sustainable, and it's also, in a way, more efficiently used. And it also does bigger projects, more sustainable projects, because, the financing is there, but also the technical support is there, like Jairus mentioned. The design of the project is also better attended to. So the other aspect is the capacity building of the utilities to bring up their bankability. Our utilities many of them are capable, but bankability is a difficult area. And I think that is this whole discussion that we normally have about financing the water sector through commercial funds or even PPPs is mostly about bankability. And we have many organizations at the moment that are actually doing that. I can mention a few. We have WashFin too, we have Aqua for All, we have water.org. The Water Sector Trust Fund also does that continuously. We even have JICA and many others. But the thing is, we get a lot of, and Gatsby Africa, sorry, I have to mention Gatsby Africa because we actually have a program with them where we're going to be building capacity of 23 WSPs who have operational cost coverage of between 100 and 120%. But the thing is, Nganga, we keep telling our partners, let's go beyond the top 10. You understand? Let's go below the top 10 so that we can expand the credible utilities the credit-worthy, sorry, not credible, the credit-worthy utilities. And I'm happy to say, especially the program with Gatsby is going to look at 23 who are not really top-notch. But they're not that badly off either, because it's easier to move those to the next level than those who are still below that. And also the program for resorts that is going to come soon from the World Bank is also going to be building a lot of capacity of the WSPs. If we build capacity of more utilities to access commercial finance, then we are on the way to the next level. Because I think, as you have heard during this session, during the previous session, all the discussions on how the private sector is engaging with the public sector, I think you can agree with me that the sector is now kind of getting harmonized on what we need to do in terms of innovative and sustainable financing to the sector. So if we keep working like we are doing now, Nganga, I think we are headed for the next level, where utilities that can afford to can go and borrow just based on their own balance sheet, like you mentioned. The next level, we can blend for them, and the next level, we can subsidize for them, and then the rest, we continue to look for grant financing, because every Kenyan has a right to water and sanitation, and none of them can be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth, and what excellent closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we're out of time. So I think we can just give a very quick hand for our panelists today. Thank you very much. I will now hand back to my senior, Bonakega, to take us through the final part of this session. But for myself, many, many thanks. And thank you once again to the WSTF team for such a fantastic day. Cheers.
Good evening once more. Good evening once more. Allow me at this point to really and deeply appreciate your patience. I think the commitment to enhancing access to water services is manifested by the patience that you have exhibited this evening, and I don't want to be the obstacle between you and the gala dinner that we are all looking forward to. So I have a few announcements before we finalize on the session. One is to appreciate Bwana Nganga, asante sana, and the panelists who have just made the presentations and of course engaged in the discourse around commercial financing in the water sector. The rest announcement is that we have a charger. I think somebody misplaced their charger. It's available at the control desk to my extreme right. So if you lost your charger, please go and pick it at the control desk. Yeah. So I'm advised that it's a laptop charger. The other announcement is that tomorrow we have our sessions that start at 8:30 in the amphitheater. So let's try to make time so that you can all finalize the day's session on time. The final one is to invite all of us to the gala dinner. At some point I had the music, so I think they were welcoming us to the dinner. So you are all welcome to the gala dinner. Please enjoy, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Once more, I think I would want to request all of us to put our hands together and appreciate everybody who has made it this far. Congratulations, and at this point I want to request my colleague Eli Ochere to make the last prayers. Eli.
A very good evening to all of you. Let us all arise for a word of prayer. Let us bow. Father, dear Lord, we come before you this evening. We want to thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the day. We thank you for the presenters. We thank you for the panelists. And also we thank you for the participants. You have kept us here all day with energy. Lord, as we retire this evening, may your blessings fill our hearts. For the programs that are still upcoming for tomorrow, and also for this evening, for the dinner, Lord, we praise all this unto your able hands, for indeed we have believed in you, and so far you have brought us this, and we say Ebenezer. We thank you for everyone. For this we pray, believing and trusting. In Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.